I am extremely thankful to him that he provided us access to the avenues of IEEE, and we could host this event even in this pandemic time. Because of your ceaseless motivation and rigorous support, sir, we could host the event in series of that, and we are going to celebrate this month as the foundation month for us. We had in the series, we started with an event and a webinar with MOU partner Wisconsin University, Green Bay, USA. Then we had a webinar with Google HR and Infosys HR. And this is third in the sequence that we are here with the IEEE conference on the topic. I am thankful to all the speakers who agreed to address the gathering and audience. I'm extremely thankful to Professor Aatmnirbhar Gupta sir, former professor of economics, a great economics from IIM Ahmedabad, who dedicated his lifetime services over there. Our request was considered by sir, and even in this tough time, and though he's packed with the assignments, he agreed to address, to give his inaugural address for this gathering. And we have Dr. Ankit Katrodia ji, Dr. Bhagwan Singh ji, Dr. Ajit Mishra ji, Dr. Rajni Singh ji, and Dr. Ravi Prakash, Dr. Krishna Mohan ji, and Professor Mahrukh Raja ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor Khwaja Mainuddin Chishti, Language University, Lucknow. I am thankful to all the participants and registrants who registered. We have got a huge number of registration, approx touching the number of 500. They will be joining according to their time, presentation time, and even they will be partnering with us during inauguration. I am thankful to all the paper presenters and contributors. I would like to say to Chief Guest Professor Aatmnirbhar Gupta sir of this morning that sir, with your grace and best wishes, we got responses from approx 17 neighboring states and also from 2-3 other countries, from Oman, from South Africa, and other countries. We have received papers. So they will be presented in the evening session, followed by main session when as and when we are going to conclude. Sir, with your blessing, we are here. We wish to start the event, and before starting that, I would like to say why this title, Survive, Sustain and Grow, should be the title for managing business and professional excellence in 21st century. The world is standing at the threshold of second decade, second decade is concluding, and third decade of 21st century. At this time, we are facing a strange kind of pandemic where earlier human touch was the touch for expression, love, concern, and everything. Now human touch is life-taking threat. And in that touch, when we were born on this earth, that is the mother touch that makes us grow. Father's touch that motivated us. Friend's touch that energized us. And our teacher's touch and affection that lead us and as the guiding star. That same touch is here, dangerous and dangerous for the life. In that threatening point, survival, sustainability of any business or even human life is at risk. How can we ensure the survival and sustainable growth. When I say growth, it is all round, I mean all round growth and development. It's not the vegetational growth like unidirectional. Rather, I need when I say grow, sustain and grow. So sustainability is also at risk for human being at least, and the whole humanity is in danger. And in that field, what about business and financial growth? When it comes to that point, it becomes quite difficult to manage business in the lockdown scenario. And you can say how life is interdependent on business. The countries where life is at risk and they are not having any agrarian resources, the mountains and rocky field where only retailing is the business. See, in this pandemic ridden lockdown, life is at risk and survival is challenged. So what kind of business we can expect? And if business is not there, if food supply is not there, food chain is not there, supply chain is not there, how people may survive? So when survival is at the risk, we the academicians, academic stakeholders, and it is our duty to think for and guide the humanity in the 21st century at the threshold of third decade of this pandemic ridden time. And for that purpose, we need to think globally and act locally, where our resource person, Professor Anand P. Gupta sir, agreed to be with us as the keynote address for Aatmnirbhar Bharat. We have also received a message from our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Srinivas Singh ji. We are going to play that message as he is busy at this point of time with India Council meeting. So we would like to play the video. And it's over to the resource, over to the team, organizing team, to play the video of Professor Srinivas Singh sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, so that our audience may listen his message as we are going to start the event. In the inaugural message, he promised also that he will be available in the valedictory of this program.
से चलाना पड़ेगा, इसको शुरू से करिए, शुरू से करिए
कर रहे भाई। जी हम इस पे ही कर देते हैं। Due to certain technical problem, we are running his message. Our little video will be visible. I am running on my mobile, and I think it will be audible to the audience. Police में कर रहा हूँ। Due to certain technical problem, as and when we are able to ensure the running of the same, we will rerun in between the program, but sometime. But I would like to request Dr. Kakasha Khan to march on with the event. Yes, Dr. Kakasha.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Anand Prakash Gupta, sir, former IIM Ahmedabad professor, for the inaugural address. Sir, before you start your session, I would like to have an opportunity to read your brief profile. Dr. Anand Prakash Gupta, sir, was faculty in economics area at IIM Ahmedabad from 1979 to 1997. He did his MA Economics and PhD Economics at the University of Florida. Served as Professor of Economics and Chairman of Economics Area at IIM Ahmedabad. Professor Gupta is very proud of his association with IIM Ahmedabad. In 2019, he was Director, Economics Management Institute, New Delhi, and Member Board of Director, IC Center for Governance, New Delhi. Other positions that he has held include Public Finance, Fiscal Policy, Specialist at the World Bank, Guest Scholar at the Brookings Institution, Distinguished Visitor at the United States at the invitation of the United States Government, Visiting Scholar at the George Mason University, Center for Study of Public Choice, Guest Faculty, Government of India's Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Special Invitee, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India's High Level Committee on Outcome Budget, and consultant of several organizations, including the Asian Development Bank, International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, International Labour Organization, United States India Business Council, and the World Bank. He has served on several government committees, including the Government of India's Expert Committee on Tax Measures to Promote Employment and the Government of India's Textile Committee. Professor Gupta is a notable contributor to management literature. Thank you, sir. Sir, may I now invite you for the lecture?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Thank you, sir.
Well, Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I'm happy to be associated with the Gorakhpur University here, Dr. Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. And it's good to talk with Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, and he has wonderful colleagues here, Dr. Kakash and
Kehkashan, sir.
Dr. Kakash Khan and Dr. Yadav and others. And other fellow speakers, and I think the students are also attending this conference. The topic of my presentation, which I have circulated, and I hope you have seen it, is Aatmnirbhar Bharat, colon, what does it really mean and where is the action plan? This presentation is divided into 4 sections: introduction, details of the package, economic package, and objectives of the government, and concluding remarks. While addressing the nation on May 12, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that the state of world today teaches us that our Aatmnirbhar Bharat is the only path. When the corona crisis started, there was not a single PPE kit made in India. The N95 masks were produced in small quantity. Today, we are in a situation to produce 2 lakh PPE and 2 lakh N95 masks daily. We were able to do this because India turned this crisis into an opportunity. And he goes on, and then he talks about a package of 20 lakh crores, about 10% of GDP, and announces that the finance minister will announce the details. So the finance minister, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, on her part, announced the details of the economic package that the Prime Minister talked about. And this she did over 5 press conferences beginning May 13. She spread the package, which adds up to rupees 20.97 lakh crore, roughly 10% of India's GDP. I say roughly 10% of India's GDP because 19, 20, 21 GDP, we don't know. There are all kinds of figures circulating, so I say roughly 10% of India's GDP. Over the following 14 heads, and these heads are Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, Reserve Bank of India relief measures, educational reforms, health reforms, and agriculture and farmers, rural economy, micro, small, and medium enterprises, migrants, ease of doing business, governance and administrative reforms, labor reforms, infrastructure, logistics and capacity building, new horizons of growth, and other measures and relief. Each of these heads included interventions relevant to it. For example, the head of migrants included the following 5 interventions: affordable rental housing complexes for migrant workers, one nation, one card for migrants, free food grain supply to migrants for 2 months, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, support to returning migrants, support to migrants and urban poor during the last 2 months. One hopes that the reforms in the health and education sectors under the Aatmnirbhar Bharat Abhiyan will help in nurturing what Raghuram Rajan calls the broadly equitable distribution of economic capabilities among the poor people or among the people. Now, I would like to say a word on this because I'm talking at a conference organized by a well-known university, and universities can play an important role in achieving what I'm saying, broadly equitable distribution of economic capabilities among our people. So what we need, nurturing these capabilities. And if these capabilities are there, then a lot of India's problems will be taken care of. So the universities can play an extremely important role, and I hope your university will play that role. One notices that the Aatmnirbhar Bharat Abhiyan includes rupees 90,000 crore liquidity injection to state power distribution companies or DISCOMs, so that they may clear their dues to power generating companies. It was not too long ago that the government of India launched UDAY, Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana, to improve the operational and financial efficiency of DISCOMs, with the outcomes to be measured through a reduction in the aggregate technical and commercial loss to 15% in 2018-19, and B, reduction in the gap between average cost of supply and average revenue realized to 0 by 2018-19. UDAY has failed in delivering these outcomes, and the power sector continues to be in a mess. The reason I'm giving some details is that it's very easy to announce interventions and programs, but we need to make sure that they succeed. And here I'm giving an example of a sector, power sector, which has been in a crisis situation for a long time, and we have launched interventions, spending thousands, tens of thousands of crores, and when it comes to the problem DISCOMs face, we are not being able to solve them. UDAY has failed because the government of India's Ministry of Power did not develop the theory of change underlying UDAY, articulating the causal links between the intervention that it launched and their intended outcomes. Take, for example, the Ministry of Power's assumption that the training that a DISCOM's employees receive under UDAY's comprehensive IEC campaign, this stands for Information, Education and Communication Campaign, to check power theft, will equip them with the knowledge and skills and attitudes required to properly use the equipment procured for implementing that DISCOM's project under UDAY. And that as a result of this training, their behavior will change in such a manner that they will identify the people stealing electricity under their jurisdiction and report such theft to the concerned authorities so that appropriate actions against the people found stealing electricity may be taken. Things did not happen the way the Ministry of Power assumed they will, as a result of which would they have failed to deliver the intended outcome. Further, the Ministry of Power assumed that the concerned state electricity regulatory commissions are manned by people who are independent and have the requisite domain expertise, and that Uday will create an environment which will allow these commissions to determine power tariffs which A, cover all necessary costs without any gold plating, and B, do not provide for any subsidies, with subsidies, if considered necessary, to be fully funded by the concerned state government. Again, things did not happen the way the Ministry of Power assumed they will, as a result of which would have failed to deliver the intended outcomes. I have written a paper which articulates the theory of change underlying Uday. Now, the question arises, and this is an important question. Will things happen differently when the various initiatives under the Aatmnirbhar Bharat Abhiyan are implemented? And as I said a little while ago, the finance minister has given the details of these various initiatives. Will those responsible for implementing the various initiatives under the Aatmnirbhar Bharat Abhiyan develop the theories of change underlying those initiatives and articulate the causal link between the interventions and their intended outcomes? These are extremely important issues, and the Prime Minister may like to mull over them. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, and his colleagues have floated the idea of developing slum-free and modern public housing throughout India. This is a massive project with a huge employment potential and capable of creating demand for many goods which can be produced domestically or locally. The idea is to monetize underutilized land assets and finance the project largely through borrowings guaranteed by the central and state governments. The risk is that some of these contingent guarantees may eventually result into actual liabilities. With the finances of the central and state governments currently being in a very bad shape, and with the situation likely to be not much better for some time, will it be advisable to launch such a massive project? One can argue that financing should not be a major issue, as we can resort to deficit financing with borrowings from the Reserve Bank of India, which in turn can finance it through printing of money. Is it that simple? What about the constraints imposed by the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act? I believe that deficit is not necessarily a bad thing. But how much fiscal deficit can we afford? And this is something which is being discussed in the literature today, and people are talking about that governments, central, state, local governments need to spend a lot of money. But the question is, how much money can be spent and how is it to be financed? These are important questions. But how much fiscal deficit can we afford? And more importantly, why should we be so concerned about the government of India's deficit alone? An exclusive focus on borrowing at the central government level is too limited. In my view, the fiscal deficit, as it is currently defined, does not make much sense. It only captures the government of India's borrowing requirements. What about the borrowings done by the central public enterprises to finance their investments? What about the state government's borrowings to finance their deficit? What about the huge borrowings done by some public entities at the central state level, for example, state power distribution companies, to finance their losses? If one is really concerned about the macroeconomic effects of the fiscal deficit, and one should be concerned about these effects, one must consider all these sources of finance. Unfortunately, comprehensive and reliable data on borrowings by the wider public sector is currently lacking. Given this, may I urge the Department of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance or the Niti Aayog or the Reserve Bank of India to start compiling data on the deficits of all public entities in India and come up with a credible estimate of India's public sector deficit. These important data currently do not exist, but they are essential if we are to monitor overall fiscal trends and performance in India. I must note that the relationship between the public sector deficit and the macroeconomic situation is not linear. Much depends on how public money is allocated and how efficiently, effectively it is used. Given this, the efforts that the government of India, the state governments, and other public entities make to improve the management of their expenditures will pay huge dividends, and the country's macroeconomic situation will become much better. Objectives of the government. What is the government trying to achieve through the Aatmnirbhar Bharat Abhiyan that it has launched and under the various initiatives? On May 12, the Prime Minister launched the Aatmnirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, and on May 13 and on June 3, the Union Cabinet under his leadership gave its approval for setting up of an empowered group of secretaries and project development cells in ministries or departments of the Government of India for attracting foreign investments in India. It is clear that the Government of India aims to go beyond Aatmnirbhar Bharat. In addition to promoting, to the extent feasible, the use of locally domestically produced goods, it aims to A, attract foreign investment inflows, and B, enable participation of Indian producers in global value chains. These are very laudable objectives, but do we have the requisite capabilities? And I think we should keep on asking this question. When we announce various initiatives, do we have the requisite capabilities? And if we don't, we must build them. And it is institutions like yours which can help the country a lot in building the various capabilities that we need. India imported goods worth 467.19 billion in 2019-20. Now, if the idea is to substitute locally or domestically produced goods for imports, we will need to identify the goods which we can produce locally or domestically. Suppose we identify a product called X, which is a major item of India's imports currently, and which can be produced locally or domestically. Once we begin producing X, should we ban its import, or should we levy an import duty on the import of X? If the policy decision is to levy an import duty on X rather than to ban its import, how much should the import duty be? Should it be 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%, or even higher? The local or domestic producer would lobby for a higher rate, but the local or domestic consumers would like to have X at the world price, which means zero import duty. Another issue would be how to ensure that the local or domestic producers of X compete with each other and don't form a cartel and exploit the consumer. Concluding remarks. India's economic health, which was already in a bad shape, I wrote a piece on this, which is available, has now worsened. The government of India's total tax collections in April 2020 amounted to only rupees 67,557 crore. This works out to about 0.3% of GDP. A fall of 44.3% in comparison to April 2019. The collections on account of central GST at rupees 5,934 crore fell by as much as 87.3%. And so is the case with state governments. According to Michael Patra, Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, the destruction of economic activity by COVID-19 and ensuing lockdowns is much more deleterious in terms of loss of basic livelihood, economic security, health, and confidence than the range of estimates or projections of GDP and other macroeconomic aggregates suggest. He warned that the threats to growth have to be addressed frontally and aggressively, or risk a more dire outlook. Moody's Investor Services has downgraded India's long-term currency and local currency rating. The message is worrisome because the rating downgrade was not on account of COVID-19 fallout. It was influenced by Moody's assessment of the capability of India's policy-making institution and financial sector stress. The combined impact of these factors harms the fiscal situation. Clearly, we are living in very difficult times and face many challenges. We have to be realistic and work unitedly and boldly to meet these challenges. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to inaugurate the conference. And in case there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Dear participants and academic members, faculty colleagues, if you have any question, please write in the chat box and we will be reading it for you. Before we move to the next speaker, please let us know if you have any question. You can write in the chat box.
हाँ, कर दी, कर दी, कर दी। Unmuted.
You all are requested to raise your question, and if there is no question, we can move on.
Sir, there is no question. So can we move further?
Wait a minute. Sir, thank you so much for your wonderful deliberation and dealing on. I would like to say one thing, sir. Your this inaugural session was not just an inaugural session. One of our students is sitting in my office with pen and paper, and she is making note of your talk. That's the beauty.
Thank you very much.
It is a one-to-one interaction. Her name is Deepsika Chaudhary. I can show you by turning my laptop, and she may have a word with you.
Yes,
You can see her.
please.
Sir, how are you, sir?
Yes, very fine. Thank you very much.
Your
Good to
feedback,
see you.
You can say if you
Sir, very much inspirational talk with you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Very much happy from all our department that you are here at this platform and talking to us and giving us such a wonderful talk regarding various things. So I'm very much thankful for all our department, as all the students cannot be present here because due to COVID situation, but still we are very much happy and thankful to you that you are here and delivering such a beautiful lecture. Thank you so much.
Let me make one point.
Yes, sir.
Please make sure that all of your students get a copy of this presentation.
Sure.
And let me say again, if they have any questions, you can give them my email ID and I'll be happy to respond to them, each one of them. Thank you very much.
Sir, we don't have this question in chat box also. And sir, thank you so much for being with us and sparing your invaluable time. I would like to share with the participant and audience that sir is quite busy and profusely engaged in the working with Aatmnirbhar Abhiyan, and management of this Abhiyan is definitely going to show the new avenues and new routes. Definitely there will be new challenges to cope up with, but this is going to be a trend setting event for us. And sir, thanks for being with us, and thank you so much for inaugurating the session. Now I am, sir,
Thank you very much.
one more minute of you and request the host to allow me to share my screen, as I have Honorable Vice Chancellor's message and this IEEE chairman's message on my screen. So kindly allow me to share a screen so that I can run it and be in the presence of sir. Dr. Ravi Gupta ji, are you there? Allow me to share my screen. Sir, again there is a problem and I am not able to share it. So it's should we proceed with the next?
Yes, sir.
You can move to the next. speaker. And thank you,
Th-
sir. Thank you so much for being with us. And now
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, your thought-provoking address had set a perfect platform for us. Thank you so much, sir.
now we got a screen sharing option, I think. So it may be share, and here is the message. So, sir, with your permission, our chief guest, sir, Professor Anand Gupta, sir, allow me to do it. Sir is our Vice Chancellor, and his message, and he's IEEE chairman as well.
Everybody, and I'm very happy to know that the Committee and Management Science Department is organizing the two-day workshop, and I'm unable to attend and speak at that time. I have my own meeting of my India Council, being the chairman, to hold the meeting, and I wish the two-day event to go successfully. I wish for this department and congratulate the department of for this department on success, and I'll again come back in the presentation.
This was the brief message, sir, for us. So we will move with the further activities. And I also thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, that he, despite of his busy schedule and scheduled meeting, he was able to spare time to give us a very brief but sweet message. Sir, over to you. Sir, if you wish to say something, Professor Anand, sir. Anand, sir, you are mute, I think. आनंद सर को अनम्यूट करिए. Sir, you are muted.
Yes.
Yes, your remark.
No. What I would like to say again, that the universities can play an extremely important role in what I said a little while ago, in nurturing the broadly equitable distribution of economic capabilities. And this is one issue that I would like to emphasize here. And your university can play an extremely important role. So thank you very much. I'm happy that I was able to speak at your conference. So thank you very much, and all the best to you.
And
I can leave now.
Sir, it's yes, it's up to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there is another meeting right now.
Yes, sir, sure, sir, sure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Namaste.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Ankit Katrodia, sir. Dr. Ankit Katrodia, sir, is associated as academician and researcher at Northwest University, Mafeking, South Africa. He has completed postdoctoral research fellowship with University of KwaZulu-Natal, Graduate School of Business and Leadership, Durban, South Africa. Dr. Katrodia is doctorate, PhD in management, MBA marketing, MCom marketing, FDP from IIM Ahmedabad, and postgraduate in human resource management. An accomplished and enthusiastic academician with over 14 years of experience in academia and research at renowned management institutes, has a successful track record of educating and training management graduates, developing skills and expertise in marketing management, service marketing, consumer behavior, strategic management, entrepreneurship, and other business management subjects. Further, he examined and supervised doctoral thesis and master dissertation and a PhD guide with over 25 research publications. Thank you, sir. May I now invite you, sir?
Very good morning to one and all. May I
Good morning,
audible
sir.
to you?
Yes, sir.
Loud
Good.
and clear.
Respected Professor Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, academician, fellow researcher, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I thank and I take this opportunity to thank you one and all for inviting me for this online conference. And I am sure it's a good morning, obviously, for the South African time because it's 8:25 a.m. and India is about to 12. So we have a 3.5 hour time difference between the India and South Africa. Today, my topic for the presentation is the challenges faced by entrepreneurship and how we can overtake those challenges and keep continue growth and survival in this pandemic or in the future. As we are having a global problem, this is not a one country problem, but the problem is for the developing and underdeveloped. All the country, they are having the similar kind of problem. The education has been changed. The way of the business operation has changed. The lifestyle, everything has been changed since the month of March. But now, how we can keep continue our business productive and though we can achieve profit and wealth maximization, these are the two objectives of any business. So here my main topic is for the young entrepreneur who would like to start their own business or those who are already in the business and having a difficult time. So my word of wisdom, my advice is for those entrepreneurs and to provide few strategies which can help them to increase the business and define innovation and invention into a business operation. So ladies and gentlemen, the first important thing I would like to highlight is that you need to adopt an approach called structure, behavior, and technology. These three are the most important as per the entrepreneurship, as per the successful entrepreneur. The first is the structure. If we talk about the hierarchy of the any business, top level management, middle level management, or the bottom level management, as per the current time, whatever position you are, the first important is that customer relationship management. How we can go extra step, a way forward to provide a better facility, better support. That we need to learn as a structure. You need to define a unique strategy that you need to achieve a customer acquisition, customer retention, and obviously increase a database of your client. The second is the behavior. We as a people from India, we are much religious, much cultured. But now, a namaste is the most popular across the globe when it comes to the greetings. How you behave with your client, how you behave with your supplier, how you behave with your stakeholder. The behavior is the most important when it comes to the language of the business. And the third is the technology. Nowadays, a technology can do anything. There is no physical distance, but though we are connected. Look at now, India, South Africa, in terms of distance, but we are now sharing our ideas, sharing our knowledge. And the way we are connected is called digitally virtual platform. So technology is the now key success element for any business. When you come to recruit of your employee, make sure that he should be understand the technological implementation. He can work independently on any technology, because now a business cannot work face to face. It may take some time, but you need to connect digitally. So based on my research for last 2 to 3 months, the first is the structure of your organization, the behavior of your internal and external organization, and the technology. That three dimension play a very important role for the growth and survival of any organization. Now coming to the next important point, what are the challenges experienced by a young entrepreneur? I have already worked into the Indian environment. I am originally from the state of Gujarat, Rajkot, and already traveled globally for conference, for academic exchange, and over and about decade settled down in South Africa and currently working in one of the public university. So the education is different, the curriculum is different, but though we as a India are popular for a business and entrepreneur, if you can go to the any country globally, you may see the Indian entrepreneur are doing well in any of the field. So the seeds of the entrepreneurship is already in our blood, but just we need to identify an opportunity to showcase our skill and talent. The first important thing is that develop a vision and business idea. The many of the entrepreneurship, they start the business without a proper vision. A business is a time-taking activity. You need to establish a reputation in order to achieve a growth. You have to be a patient. You have to be a strategical thinking. So my dear brother and sister here, you need to have a proper vision in order to start, in order to success in a business. The second important is the capital. We have a short-term and long-term financial opportunity in other way, own capital or borrows capital. Without capital, you cannot start the business. But there are the various government of India scheme, and especially for the woman entrepreneur to start a family business, to start a woman-owned enterprise. And you have to be a proper business plan in order to go for a financial institute for a bank loan. Here, the most important is the teamwork. And the management is all about man plus manage. Let me repeat my word, man plus manage. If you know how to manage a man, then you are a successful businessman, successful manager. And the concept of the team is together everyone achieve more. T for together, E for everyone, A achieve, M more. You need a solid team who can work on finance, who can work on marketing, who can work on human resource. So to identify a right talent, to identify a right people, that is the most important requirement in any business. The third is to find out the location where you are situated. And here that we known as a supply chain. And our Ratan Tata Motors, Ratan Tata ji truly said that my employee are my main assets. And I have seen many of the Indian business, a big problem is employee turnover. You need to keep retain your staff because they are the one who working. They are the one who have a talent, who have a skill. You must understand each and every human has a personal and professional life. So you should provide motivation, rewards, and each and every necessary requirements to fulfill employees' basic requirements. A good customer, as we are aware about, customer is the king of the market. The most important thing is that how we can build a good customer relationship management. There are the various strategies in marketing which you may find to interact a good customer relationship management. Now, because of the globalization, there is a lot of competition in the market. So how we can keep survival into the competition time and how we can achieve competitive advantage. How your product, your service is unique compared to your competitors, about your quality, about your pricing, about your distribution channel. You need to be a unique, you need to be a innovative in order to sustain in the marketplace. And employees are the more depressed, more anxiety because money is the lifeblood for any economical activity. And if your business is not making money, then of course, a family pressure, the pressure for the survival and other living expense. So you should have at least 6 to 1 year saving in terms of to run a family, to run a basic living expense. And dealing with the unknown. If we talk about the SWOT analysis, certain situation is unexpected, like the current situation. We never thought in the month of January, February that the time will come like this and we all sitting at home and the way of the human behavior is completely changed. But this is not in our hand, but we have to find a new ways of learning. No one was using a Zoom before, but now Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, Skype, and many other virtual platform is in demand because the situation can't allow to deal one-to-one. I have many slides, but let me, take you to the most important slides and finish my speech in 20 to 25 minutes time. And though these slides I will make available for all the participants for the further reading, and then we can have few question and answer at the end. But let me finish my presentation in next 5 to 10 minutes time. So the strategy for the business in terms of the growth in COVID-19. A business leader need to define an exit strategy. If we look about the product life cycle concept, introduction of your product, growth of your product, maturity, and the decline. Now, many of the business are in the decline stage. They can't make a suitable profit. They don't have money for the marketing promotion activities. You need to here understand some of the exit strategy. Here, my most important concept is that you need to know what are my fixed and variable expense of the business, and you need to stop unnecessary expense so that at least a chance you can continue growing. There are the many business expenses which may not necessary, though we continue doing so. Continue to use technology, not replace the people. We as an Indian, we believe in unity, we believe in teamwork, we believe in society. Technology is important, but you cannot replace your people. You need a person who have a brain, who have a talent. So keep in mind that this time is temporary. A new sun will rise tomorrow with a better hope, with a new direction. Companies should enhance the culture and behavior shift to the COVID-19 that already I have explained in my previous slide. The three most important strategy: structure, behavior, and technology. These three strategies play a very important role as per the current pandemic situation. The next is the segmentation of your product, the targeting of your product, and the positioning of your product. You need to redefine your strategy in order to segment, in order to target, in order to position of your product. Various business e-commerce model, business to business, business to consumer, consumer to business, and so on. All those e-commerce model, you must understand an implementation in your organization so that you can increase your network globally. And you must provide a better customer service. And as the previous professor Anand explained very well, Aatmnirbhar Bharat, made in India, make in India. We must support a local vendor. We must produce the goods and services within our country so that more employment, so that we can develop our nation and we can promote our local business owner. These are some of the points which you as an entrepreneurship must keep in mind. You should be motivated in order to provide motivation to others. As of the time limit, I'm just going to run my slides, but already I have covered my main message for the today, which I would like to share with you. Now let me tell you 2 to 5 minutes my experience of education in South Africa and India. There are the difference in terms of education system. As I explained you that already work to the Indian education system and South African education system, here a research is play a very important role. And when it's come to a master dissertation, in India we call research report or grant project. Here the master report or the master dissertation is so well organized and well researched, it might similar to a PhD thesis in some of the other countries. There are the many aspects associated with it when it comes to our education system, but we may take some lesson and try to implement into our education system. I hope my presentation, my speech make some value addition to your lives. You may have learned something. Now we can have some question and answer session. Once again, I thank you, all of you, for your valuable time and support. I thank you. Have a good day.
So hello.
Yes.
The session is open for question and answer. If you have any question for the sir, you can ask your questions. Dear participants, can you listen to us? If you have any question to our sir, to our speaker, you can ask it in the chat box or you can directly ask it to sir.
Or you can also feel free to email me later if you have any question regarding entrepreneurship or even postdoctoral opportunities in overseas. I will be happy to help in my capacity. Once again, thank you.
Thank you
sir.
so
We
much,
are
sir.
not able to see any question blinking in the chat. So I hope that this session was quite clear and expressive. So and explanatory in nature. So there is no such question. And again, this is my last appeal to participants. If they have any question, they can put it in the chat.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views on challenges faced by new entrepreneurs, strategies for business growth in COVID-19 period. That will be very helpful for the upcoming and new entrepreneurs in this time, and that will be also motivating for them to come forward with their ideas. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us on this platform and sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Aparna, in between, before you proceed, I would like to make a little interruption. This
Yes, sir.
announcement for all the participants
Okay,
that
sir.
they are requested to mark their name, designation, and affiliation in chat box if they wish to own a certificate, because only that is going to be considered as attendance part. So it is requested to them, and we are not going to provide certificate to all those who are registered only. Certificates will be provided to actual participation, and that is the decision of organizing committee. So please mention your name, designation, and affiliation, and try to make the conference more productive. You are also requested at the same time to raise some valid question. And with that, I would like to over the podium. I would like to over the stage over to Aparna.
Thank you so much, sir. Now proceeding further, I would like to introduce our next speaker. And before inviting him, I would like to present a short introduction of him. Professor Bhagwan Singh Sir. Professor Bhagwan Singh Sir is Professor of Management, Department of Business Administration, School of Management Science, Central University of Jharkhand. Professor Singh has 20 years plus of teaching experience, which includes administration experience also, as he was the founder dean, School of Commerce and Management Studies, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, and was also head of Department of Marketing and Supply Chain Management, SBMS CUHP for 2 terms. He is also the member of Executive and Academic Council of CUHP and was also elected member of University Court CUHP. He was coordinator of MOOCs Pracosta of CUHP and was also ex officio chairman of the school board of SCMS and ex officio members of other departments centers within the SCMS. He has also been former chairman and vice chairman, Computer Society of India, Varanasi chapter region 1. He has introduced
CRISP model for research thesis project presentation, which is flourishing and being welcomed and adopted by central, regional, state universities and reputed esteemed colleges and organizations of Government of India. We are very much pleased to welcome you, sir, with on this platform, and thank you so much for joining us and giving us consent to be here. I would like to invite you, sir, for your talk. Please join us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Aparna, for that. And I would like to enhance my special thanks to Professor S.N. Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of MUT Gorakhpur University, who allowed us to participate in this international conference hosted by you all. I think I am audible and clear much enough.
Yes, sir. Very much clear, sir.
And thanks to your HOD, sir, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, sir, of DHMS, who really convened this program and let us have to share the idea in this international conference and webinar. And thanks to Dr. Kehkashan Khan, who started and initiated with inaugural address. And the theme on to stand on the Kulgeet was very nice. So it was really a good honor to give the Gorakhpur University, though we are virtually over here, but it was very good to see that and hear that. And then lastly, the organizing secretary, Dr. Vinay Kumar Yadav, he is taking heart and soul to get this success, and I bless him. And I really congratulate him for enhancing this conference in such a way and in a very good, very organized manner. Now, let me thank to the whole DHMS team to have this topic, survive, sustain and grow, managing business and professional excellence in 21st century. Really means that now we are forgetting COVID, because since 2 months I have been sitting on all international platforms and other, but COVID word was always prefixed or suffixed in any of the topic. And thanks to you all, this time the COVID word has been relaxed and only we are talking about how to work about in 21st century. So really it is a very good initiative by the organizers who thought this topic to how to survive, how to sustain, how to grow in this COVID period and at least in 21st century before the new normal exists. Now, let me come to my topic. As time is very low, usage of internet in COVID period, challenges and opportunities. What do you mean by that? What we mean by that? What is COVID-19? N numbers of conversation we have got. But let's come to uses of internet. Was internet not used previously? Yes, it was. It's nothing like that internet was not used previously. Since 2010, my PhD was on web-based advertising. So I am monitoring since 2005 actually, when I started an inception of this topic. That time internet was just a playing tool, only used for Gmail and others. Now internet is coming as a basic need. Today, the youths is not only after the roti, kapda or makan, as we have said, we have been seeing. Today, the youth is not demanding only roti, kapda or makan. They know we have it. What they are demanding is net, hope, jobs. Net for connecting the world. We are sitting here since 2 months lockdown and we are yet connected to the world by the help of internet. Then hope. Hope for what? Hope for getting better life. Better life means that is quality of life. Quality of life means good health, good relationship, good work, good enhancement. This is quality of life. And jobs to cater the needs of net and the hope they are hoping for. So today talking about all negativity, we are hearing since these many died, this much COVID patient, this is not there, this is not here, or we are drastic, the economy is dumbling down, China is giving the war, now the army is also on high alert, Pakistan Tiddis are coming, all things, how we got this information? Through the usage of internet. Whether TV is working or not, but mobiles are working, the smartphones are working. Even Forbes magazine, let me share a few facts about the usage of internet. Forbes magazine has reported that in COVID-19, the internet usage shifted and pushed up to 70% from February to March. In February, it was not so much high, but it pushed about 70% and is streaming more than 12%. Previously, before lockdown, everybody was watching the movies on the theaters. But after lockdown, they are where? They are watching the movies on Netflix. They are watching the movies on Disney. They are watching the movies on Amazon Prime. So it shifted to 12%. Now, how Indian internet users spend their time during lockdown? As reported by Salman HS on Live Mint, number of daily active users across the country used Netflix and Prime surged to 122% and 72% month-on-month basis. E-commerce and delivery platform took the biggest hit. It rose upon almost 48 to 80% in various segments and in various states. So you can see the usage. Paytm, IMPS, other net banking apps increased to 48%. Even demonetization could not push this at this level. Our Honorable Prime Minister tried his level best that everybody should come to the cashless transaction, everybody should come to the net banking, everybody should use Beam app and others, but nobody relied, nobody started it. But due to the threat of coronavirus, everybody started using IMPS, started using Paytm, started using Beam app, UPIs and net banking. And this rose to 48%. So nice usage has been increased in net banking also. Then same period, groceries like Flipkart, after lockdown, Flipkart, Snapdeal, Amazon plummeted almost 50% respectively. Educational apps, you would really not believe it, but Byju's has tried its level best to penetrate the Indian consumer's mind that they are the best, but they could not. And COVID gave the opportunity to them that students started using Byju's apps, and especially when they freed it for 30 days trial, and they extended it to 45. So Byju's increased, UN Academy increased, Zoom increased, and other educational increased. Would you imagine the percentage? It was 68 to 78%. So you can imagine the usage. Then team meeting. We are here sitting on Zoom, Google Meet, webinars on Microsoft Teams, and other n number of apps. They are giving, and maximum Google Meet has increased to 2 billion minutes of usage on a day basis. Skype has gone to 40 million daily users. Snapdeal and Zoom, all datas are there. You can see check the datas. Now, what was the types of usage in India where the maximum people in lockdown used internet, and on what? Number one was gaming. You must have been saying that, what was it? It must be the video or no. Number one was gaming. The whole who had got a smartphone, the whole youth or any, whether male or female, were engaged in gaming, and that was 115%. VPN rose to 49%. Videos streaming rose to 36%. Downloads, which were just ignored, they were in minus, it was previously, now rose to 39%. Social media networking, which was previously only 2%, rose to 12 to 18%. I mean, Facebook, Instagrams, WhatsApp, and maximum usage was on WhatsApp. Then it was Facebook, and then Instagram. So voice minute 25%. So these things signifies that the maximum usage has been increased, and the importance of internet using social networking sites and other has been drastically increased. Then let me come to delivery systems. In lockdown, when everything was locked down, how we were monitored, how we were getting our products, how we were getting everything due to online services, drone delivery system. Even the administration was monitoring through drones. They were flying the drones and seeing that whether the curfew and proper lockdown exists or not. Today, SPICE has got a testing aviation. SPICE company of aviation has got the testing from government, phase-wise testing. Now they are trying to deliver the medicines and other essential goods item to the whole consumers ordering by them. And government of India has allowed them to test it. So we are elevating from ground to sky delivery system, and that is called drone delivery system. Now, this is what we are really working upon. My survey is also going on, and recently we'll get that report on drone delivery system. Amazon, all online delivery packs like Flipkart, after lockdown started with a great zeal. Even the product delivery system was not too high, which was peaked by Amazon and others, but delivery system. This is where we got the bingo hit. Today, the government is pumping money to raise the economy. Even 20 lakh crore of package has been given by the Modi government to pump the economy. The net banking facility. You would be shocked to know that the net banking online transaction, previously they were charged. Even if you pay till 2000, they were charged. Now the government of India and RBI has passed the regulator that up to 5,000 transfer of money, no charges will be elevated. So net banking, IMPS, VMAP, they have rose to a great extent. And this is where we are zooming in. Now this was the talking of usage. If we will go to the worldwide data, it will increase and boost like anything. Now let me come to the challenges. What challenges we have? What expectation you all have about the challenges regarding online? Today we are sitting here on the virtual network. We are sharing our knowledge. We are enhancing our knowledge. So what the challenge is there? Challenge is nothing. But let me tell you, my friends, my August gathering, that challenge is there. Is Government of India today talking about the infrastructure enhancement of online services? If yes, then it's good. But sadly, it is not. Are we shifting from 4G to 7G? Even today, 4G is not working properly. We are facing challenges. In Dharamshala, it was a very hilly area, was facing challenges, whether it is Airtel, Jio, any network. We faced the challenge. The voice clarity was not there, or video streaming was not there. So these challenges are still there. And today, sitting in Ranchi, again I am facing that challenge. That network is not proper. Sir, your voice is not good. You are not audible. So these challenges are there. And did Government of India planning to give to a sector segment of this infrastructure development of IT? That is internet usage increase. They are pumping phase-wise money, like Anand sir said, and previous speaker almost said about it, that to indicate the growth of our economy, they are streaming like anything. But are we going to say that government is doing like that? I'm sorry to say that they have to think upon it. Online challenges, that online education is on, online meetings is on, networks, Netflix and all video streaming is on, drone delivery system is in demand, performance monitoring online. You must have heard that government is monitoring everyone online. Online WhatsApp is monitored, Facebook is monitored. Yes, it is true. But to what extent? CCTVs, cameras are there and they are linked with internet. They are linked with internet. Are they monitored properly? Are the infrastructure accordingly? If yes, then it's good. But sorry to say that it's not. Recruitment, even the thesis. I got the offers to evaluate the thesis online, send it the feedback report, and to take the interview of the PhD candidates online. Though I'm not in favor of it, but what to do? You have to run the country. You have to get the research scholar awarded. So you have no option but to do that. And when we are doing it, again the problem is same. Audio clarity, question answers, the contact. I mean, who is coming really, who is not coming? You cannot challenge that. So these things are challenges, and what the government is doing upon it. That is the much more important issue. Then, is government supporting in real manner? This is a good question. What about aviation policies? Aviation policies means drone delivery system aviation. The government is planning to give license to everybody. Today, the drone taxis, Dubai has started. Amazon has started worldwide. Now, in India, where the ground roads are in such a pathetic situation, though we have got good roads in the Modi government, and I appreciate it that they are working very hard on it. But still, many villagers, just migrants of our laborers, they are going from here and there, and still the roads are not good. So our product delivery system, that is provises, I have given the word provises. Provises means product or services. Are the provises improving with the roadsides? Answer is not so good. And yes, if it will be delivered by drone, it will increase. Yes, it will increase. So is our government working on drone delivery system? If yes, it's very good, because the administration is monitoring through drones. But the risk is high. When we could pass medicine, we can pass arms also, ammunition also. So who will monitor that? What will be the civil aviation? What will be the crime policies? Still the cyber crime is not known to everybody. How we are going to monitor the whole drone delivery systems? But let me tell you, drone taxis will be there, drone delivery will be there, and near future till 2027, not far, just 5 to 7 years after, we will be imagining, we will be seeing it, that we are living in 19th floor and we are receiving the medicines on 19th floor. We are not to come down from the lift even to get the product delivered. So this is coming future, and our government ready to it? Is our government preparing for it? Or we will again sit idle, say ki, we can't do it, abhi to infrastructure ye hai, wo hai. How about red tapeism? Are we growing as fast? We are trying to beat China, but China is autocratic country. Once said is said. In democracy, are we ready for that? So many. Then online education system. Okay, everybody is adopting very fast, very quickly. Now, what is the relevance of that? E-certificates. Whatever we are getting e-certificate, is UGC recognizing it? If yes, then in what manner? And if not, then when? We are giving our heart and soul to everything. But what is the importance of those e-certificates? These are the challenges. Are they aggregated by the national authorities like UGC and all? If yes, then it's good. If not, then when? Because we are working. So these things are to be well catered, and these are the challenges. These are very petty challenges I am talking about. And today, sitting here, I can get the certificate from Michigan, from Oxford, from California, from Cambridge, anywhere. Now, would these certificate be recognized in Indian education system? If yes, then it's good. If not, then it is a challenge. So let me switch to the opportunities now. After these challenges, one can say that these challenges are also opportunities. Our government has given promotion to MSMEs and pumped around rupees 20 lakh crores of it. 20 lakh crores of it has been pumped for MSMEs. The entrepreneur can develop apps, online apps, giving money to newcomers. You can develop and service apps, provises apps, and earn. And many skill development courses are there. You can adopt any BVOC. BVOC is Bachelor of Vocational Courses given by the Government of India in all central universities almost. So you can enhance your skill through that. This is the opportunity for all youth. Don't sit idle. Start working. Gear up yourself. And you will see that opportunity is endless. All over world, today most universities are offering free certificate courses, not even a single penny. You have to register, work for 6 months and get your certificates. And though you can say that what is the relevance, as I asked the question by Government of India, forget about the relevancy, enhance your knowledge. Knowledge enhancement is much more higher than anything. If you are getting the knowledge, it will pay in future. How to develop these apps, go online, get the certification from any Google or any, Google is even giving the e-certification courses. Learn how they want to develop. Learn how they want to develop, be it event management, be it online developing, be it mobile making apps, anything. It is freely available today. So the listeners who are listening that could grab this opportunity. They can take the certificate from any international branded institutions. And in India also, be it MIT, be it R, any university, IITs, they are giving diploma and certificate courses, and that too free. So you can grab this opportunity. It is today, it will not be tomorrow. When everything becomes new normal, nobody is going to give you free. So it's nice time to enhance what? Knowledge, talent, and recognition. I have given KTR, knowledge, talent, and recognition. Generate your KTR. As much as you will generate your KTR, the more popular you will become. And that is the need of this environment today. Then e-commerce. Many apps are there of e-commerce. You can develop one and create your own niche, like Paytm has created. So create your own niche. You will earn, no doubt in that. Then drone delivery system. Let me tell you, my friends, it is a coming future. When I started my PhD on web-based advertising, everybody was laughing. And I'm talking 2010 and 2005 when I incepted, 2007 when I got registered. If nobody is seeing advertisements on TV, who will see on internet? I said, wait, it's coming future. Today again I am saying, drone delivery system is a coming future. Whether you agree or disagree, after 5 to 7 years, you will be seeing it. And if you are starting your venture today, you will be multimillionaire after a decade. So you have to think whether you are going for it or not. So this is the best opportunity you can inculcate. And I am working on it. Then provises development. As our government is saying, lastly, I could conclude my remarks that Aatmnirbhar Bharat, local say vocal. Yes, this is the time. It was previously also, but we were not focused. Now it's a time to focus upon. Today, online is boundaryless. Whatever provides product or services you develop, you can sell it in China, America, anywhere. So it's your zeal. The youth can do it. We can guide it. So it's your zeal to come up with boundaryless system. And my concluding is that today we can develop my provises, my voice, and my Bharat. So my provises, my voice, and my Bharat. मेरा सामान, मेरी सर्विसेज, मेरी आवाज, मेरे भारतवर्ष की. इस गूंज के साथ we can enhance the skill and inculcate this opportunity. Thank you for all. Thank you for everything, and the organizers and Dr. Vinod Kumar for all this. Aparna, to you for
Thank you so much, sir.
any questions. I am most welcome.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for your well-organized thoughts on this topic, online uses in COVID-19 period, challenges and opportunity. For us, this is the real uses of online platform that we can connect you easily, such kind of stalwarts easily. So this is the real usage of online platform for us. So now this session is open for question and answer, and I would like to invite participants to ask question. If any of you have any queries regarding the presentation, you can ask to sir.
Aparna, I could see Riddhi Jain has
Yes,
given
sir.
a chat question. What measures can be taken to improve our online education system post-COVID for the students? It was very nice question by Riddhi Jain. And let me tell you that online education system, no doubt the even the schools, whether they are primary to intermediate, they are working on it. They are doing on it, and many Talvi and other companies are working on it. Our university system, like we have got free open sources, MOOCs, EPG Pathshala, they are already available on the net. You can hear me on EPG Pathshala also. So online education system is a coming future. You cannot deny it. Today you are hearing like me to this, you may hear in me on YouTube or also online live sessions, on Facebook and anything. And I'll be taking classes on marketing and advertising in online education. So Riddhi, let me tell you, it's a coming future, and online education system post-COVID will improve, no doubt. Even government is thinking, and we are thinking as the policy makers also. So in near future, you will not only emphasize, but you will love to have online education system. But let me tell you, it will not replace the traditional classroom system. No, the classroom system will not be replaced. Like when the Amazon and other company entered into India, they were saying that all the perfumes and other grocery items will be replaced. No, there's no replacement. There is a new space, you can say. A new space will be developed, and online education will go parallelly to the offline or traditional education system. So it is going to be. I hope I have answered the Riddhi. Any more questions?
Wonderful,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
We have one more question here blinking in the chat. What measures can be taken to improve uh, our online education in terms of research? And I think this question, if we have Ankit Katrodia ji, you also can join us answering this question. You are on panel. It's a request, both of you, that he also said on international opportunities and all that. So these
Sir,
are questions if you would like to deliberate upon.
yes, sir. Research. I have also said that in my introduction, I have given a CRISP model, CRISP. CRISP model is very much organized model, how to present your research. How to present your research. This model I have delivered in NIFTM, HNB Garhwal University, Central University of Himachal Pradesh has adopted it. Now Ranchi is going to adopt it. You can also, sir, it's a request that you can adopt this model, how to present your research. It's CRISP model through which online researchers could be very well in a very organized manner presented. It's a template actually. C is stand for concrete issue, R stands for research methodology, I for insight generation, S for summary, and P for publication. So CRISP model is the best research presentation tool which is evolving all over India, and it is developed by 5 to 7 years, and my research articles are there on CRISP model. So research online can be very much presented and very much fruitful by the taking help of this CRISP model. So you can use that model and you can present your research, and no doubt online presentation of research will zoom. There is no question about it. And the work, as I said, today the theses are being evaluated online and their feedbacks are online, and it is uploaded on the Sodh Ganga. So Sodh Ganga is the best published research. You can download from there, get it checked over there, and have your thesis a platform, and you can get the topics from there. And again, today on Skype or Google Meet, we are evaluating the researchers. We are awarding the thesis. So research online will come, and there is no other option in COVID at least to evaluate these research. So online research is good for presenting your research. You can adopt my CRISP model, CRISP model. CRISP model it is popularly called. So it will be much boonful to you.
Sir, wonderful. And I would like to congratulate you that your presentation, any research presentation of such kind, is really useful because it is raising a lot of questions. A few questions I would like to read in sequence. What is the future of students pursuing MBA in post-COVID scenario? Then what is the future of online food delivery industry? These are a few questions. Can we use local because we have failed Swadeshi movement? So these are the certain questions. I would not read all, but in I will be reading. So it's if you would like to address these questions.
Sir, may I think that this will be the last question, or
No, there
Food
are,
delivery system.
I think, 3, 4.
Sir, there are
Okay,
other questions
let me
as
answer
well.
your food delivery question.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Let me try to give everything almost as I could. Food delivery system like Swiggy and others, they are penetrating in the market. Food delivery system will be as equal as, but it will take time because it has to give in on the when we will switch to new normal. Because if we are sitting here, Domino's and all, we are not ordering. We are fearful of corona, and it's true, one should be fearful of corona. So advisable is that until unless we get the vaccine for that, one should not get ordered. But for bread and butter of those, online food delivery system is going to gain. I told, when drone will start, you think you are sitting on 7th floor and you are not coming down to get your Domino's packet. The drone will come and deliver and go. That's the thing. So food delivery system is going to enhance at any cost. So if you want to develop those kind of controlling drone delivery apps, you can, and you can be an entrepreneur for online food delivery systems. Because bike delivery system in near future, after 3 to 4 years, will be obsolete concept. Everybody will order through drone only, and everybody will fly also. After 10 years or decade, we will be seeing flying ourselves in the sky without going in a plane. So these food delivery systems are going to pursue at any cost, and they will
Definitely.
enhance.
I would
Sir,
have
I could.
with that because
Yes, sir.
since the people started dying of hunger, so food
Ah.
delivery will definitely grow, whether
No
whatsoever
doubt, sir.
condition, even in COVID-19 or whatsoever condition prevails, food delivery will go. But only food industries are supposed to also spend their CSR part for providing,
Yeah.
at least they should come up that those who are hungry and dying on the streets, they should come up
Yes,
and
sir.
spend their CSR budget, or if they don't have, they must locate it so that people should not die. The scene of the lady and the baby playing with her dead lady on the platform and a baby playing with her shroud, it was,
It was very pathetic. It was very pathetic, sir.
and
It was very pathetic.
so food delivery people and industries must have to look into that. There is another
That
question: what is the future of disadvantages of online education? So I would let me answer this on your
yeah,
behalf.
sir. Please.
A few of the question, because I think that it will take quite long if only you are thrown at question like this one by one and sequencing, jumping up the question. I would like to say that disadvantages of online education, everything. I would not say the term disadvantages. Rather, I would like to suggest the person who asked the question that challenges of online education, because in no education system is disadvantageous. They all have their own advantages, and even online database and availability of the resources, they are advantageous always. But only disadvantage, if you are want to let me use disadvantage or threat or challenge, so that is that authenticity of the data, that how to authenticate the data online education system available. Because if a teacher is teaching you in offline mode, definitely you will visit to library, open the book and verify it. It is for the location system. But again, digital libraries are coming up. NPTEL is their education system, and to validate, there is in India National Digital Library of India, NDL, having lakhs of book on their portal, and IIT Kharagpur is coming forward to that. So we need to attach with this system and integrate it with our academic system, instead going to look at the advantage. And as you already answered, I think you said that, or our previous speaker also, that no technology can replace the teacher. So teacher will always be relevant. And because that face-to-face interaction and human identification of the learning ability and learning style will always be there. And for that purpose, no tailor-made format can be put on internet. That can be another challenge. Uh, Online education, like value addition to traditional education through the use of technology, it is a mean or not an end. Yeah, definitely. It is a mean, not an end. Somebody is writing. And
He's professor of marketing in IIF, HOD professor of marketing of IIF FTM University Muradabad. He
Yeah,
has written
someone,
that, and it's a very good by Professor Rakesh Yadav. He has
yeah, yeah,
written very nicely. It's
yeah.
a means of value addition. It's a
Mhm.
means of value addition.
So it is an advantage. Don't try to look at disadvantage. Then there are questions like PhD final Viva is possible through online according to you.
Yes, yes, sir. It is possible. It is possible if Vice Chancellor is
Yeah.
allowing it.
I conducted way before the lockdown. I think in the month of
Yeah,
September
sir. Yeah, sir.
last year for Kalinga University, a PhD examiner I have been, and I conducted through the Skype mode. So it was in the practice. Now only that the traditional university should adopt and traditional organization should be ready to change for that.
Sir, in our university, in our Central University of Himachal Pradesh, it was conducted in 2017. Much 2 years back, it has been conducted. So now it's not an issue right. It is
Even
very much viable. It
our
is very
university
much viable.
made an ordinance, sir. Our university made an ordinance revision that
Very
maximum
good, sir. Congratulations to you all.
will be maximum Viva Voce examination should be conducted via online mode. Even all the examination
No doubt,
we
sir.
conducted for MBA student of research project and other, it was all through online, and it even adopting any online support system. Then there are certain,
Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations to you.
and we even seminar presentation Viva, online Viva, we all are monitoring through that, and even main examination for final year students, we have planned to take it via online quiz. That because that is the only medium. Dr. Rakesh Kumar sir is telling again, anything can happen through video conferencing. Even PhD Viva, biggest disadvantages of online education is lack of psychological feeling of human contact and human touch. Clear that is human touch is challenged, and the mother's touch is important in childhood, the friend's touch is in adolescence and later on, but the whole life is crippled, and that law of proximity and is going on. even
Correct.
even our teachers used to put their hand on our patting our shoulders and motivating that all these things that we will be missing in coming days because of a different kind of untouchability is emerging out of such kind of situation. So all these things, Professor Rakesh sir, we are really thankful to you for providing all these input. And then according to UGC norms also, somebody is asking, Muhammad Islam ji, Islam Kaf. So yes, it is also possible through UGC, according to UGC norms. Now everything is changing and we need to keep update according to this situation. So the whole setup, environment and aura of academic system is changed. And Dr. Rakesh Kumar is also telling that conducted PhD Viva examination through Zoom for MBA dissertation. We also organized, and Sanjay Medhavi sir from Lucknow University and Sangeeta Sahu ma'am from Lucknow University, and another one was Himanshu Mohan. They all conducted as expert from their end. So and we did it in 3 days. So all that, these things are coming into picture and they will prevail. They will go long.
Yes, sir.
So all these were the questions, sir, and thanks for being with us. Recently, I got the information that you are from Varanasi and from associated with Uday Pratap College, and I have been throughout BHU product
Yes, sir.
University. So hailing from the same city, again that's another spiritual.
Nice meeting you, sir.
Yeah.
Really a very energetic person, sir. Really a very energetic person.
So thank you, sir, for your motivational word. And here, namaste from our department. You are always
Same, yes.
welcome as and when you are nearby Gorakhpur. You all are welcome, in fact. So a cup of tea will be waiting in the office of the head of the department for you always. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
you are so homely, so cordial, and even our previous speaker that he doesn't allow us to even think that we are connecting from distant land from South Africa. He made everything homely and well connected. So really,
Yes, sir. He was very good. He was very good.
and our department is obliged even that you are here because I would like to inform you, sir, that tomorrow is the foundation day of the year.
Aha. Congratulations to you again for sharing it.
Thank you so much, sir. And this program, we have a lot many programs. This month we are celebrating as the foundation month. And tomorrow
Wow.
again we are hosting a management conclave, and
Yes, sir.
a lot many stalwarts agreed to be there, and even there with us. Immediately after the valedictory of this program, we will enter into the online conclave of that management conclave, and after
Okay,
that
sir.
24 onwards, 22 we will be closing. 24 onwards we are hosting short-term course in the partnership of SB and IT. And
Okay.
that is TQ3 sponsored. So
Very good, sir.
we are rigorously doing, and my department are telling that they are sometimes angry with me. They are telling that you are very hard taskmaster. You make us work on Sundays. My office is open,
Nay,
and most of the faculty members are sitting and working from the office. So
sir.
and they are called from home. So the office is open full place. But
But I should congratulate your team also, sir. Dr. Vinod, Aparna, Kashpa,
yeah, the
Khan,
team is highly
and they are
dedicated.
working very hard with
They
you.
are working
It's
there.
your team effort also, sir.
Sir,
And they are really, really.
best wishes of elderly people like you all, and blessings of our all the resource person. We are moving forward. The name
Thank you, sir.
speaker is also from IIT DP2. I think.
Okay, sir.
Dr.
Thank you.
Rajesh.
Thank you very
And
much, sir.
thank
Thank
you
sir.
for.
Thank you so much.
Am I allowed to leave the session, sir?
Sorry,
Sudhir, sir?
your
Yes,
choice,
sir.
sir. How can we say our guest to leave?
No. Anytime you can call,
If
sir.
our
Anytime you can call.
neighbors say
Because
you be with us.
other assignments are also waiting. Others assignment are also waiting. So I can join you whenever you give me a call, sir.
Okay, sir.
You have got everything of mine.
Humble namaste, always.
Humble
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
Aparna,
so much.
please introduce the new
Yes,
Ajit
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. I'm moving forward. Yes, sir. So, moving forward, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, sir, from IIT BHU. Before inviting him, I would like to introduce him briefly. Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, sir, is Associate Professor at Department of Humanistic Studies, IIT BHU Varanasi. His area of interest is critical narrative studies, visual culture, precarities studies, gerontology, ecosopy, grievable life, humanistic communication, etc. Dr. Mishra is member of various academic committee, and he has published, organized and presented papers in various conferences and seminars. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your consent to be with us on this platform, and we are humbly welcome you on this platform. Kindly join us, sir, for your talk. Thank
Good
you so
morning
much, sir.
and humble namaste to my elder senior Professor Ajit Mishra, sir. Thanks for agreeing with us and being with us. There is one more question raised by participant. I would like you to also suggest something on that. That do you think our student can have the capability to take online education so effectively for such a long time? So in the you will deliberate on all that, but brother, since you are the elderly person, so I think, and this question I left you to answer and continue your talk. So over to you, and humble namaste from the Department of Humanities and Management Science.
Welcome, sir.
University of Technology.
We welcome you, sir.
So
Thank you very much.
lane to
Yes, just a moment before I start, let me check whether my audio is working properly or not.
yes, working loud and clear.
Okay, that's fine then. So, I mean, more than the video, it's the audio that is required throughout. So thank you for kindly introducing me, because these are the words that actually put a lot of pressure on any speaker, I think. So, because one has to live up to those expectations. So I'll try my best as well to live up to the expectations of the department, the university, and my dear friend, Dr. Sudhir, because I am reminded of those wonderful days that we spent together in BHU. That was long, long ago. So it's almost like homecoming for me. So thank you very much. I'll take up this question towards the end of my talk. This is not exactly a talk, let me make it clear to you. The plan of this session. I have been told that I have 30 to 35 minutes to talk about a certain area, leading to some insights into management education. So what I plan to do is to engage you in certain things so that I can incite even some of your brain locations so that you engage in certain pertinent questions, especially in the post-COVID era. And that is one. And the second is in conjunction with this upcoming baby department that is called the Department of Humanities and Management at this Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, because it's very, very important. I have always been in favor of such a department in which we can seamlessly integrate humanities with management and vice versa. So this is a wonderful, wonderful idea. And I really congratulate the university for bringing up this idea and actualizing it. Now I actually call upon all the faculty members, including the head of the department, to take it miles ahead because this is a wonderful idea. So what I'm going to do in this session is talk about how we can seamlessly integrate these two otherwise very, very separate and distinctly individualistic propositions. Humanities on one hand and management in the other. So by bringing them together in the fold of one department is not necessarily going to help. So what exactly we can do in order to make that happen? So that's the plan. So if the organizers allow me, may I start with my talk?
It is all yours.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So let me, give me just a few seconds so that I can start to share my screen and get back to you. So once this screen is visible, please let me know whether you can see it or not, so that I can start.
We can see.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So the things that you can on the screen, I mean, you may ignore the things on the right of your screen. That's not important. What's important are the things on the left of your screen. That is crisis communication, harnessing the literary turn in management. So while talking about this particular area, I'll be focusing on a few case studies. One is from Harvard, the other is from Carnegie Mellon University. So these are the two case studies because there are several others, but we do not have enough time to talk about those case studies today. So therefore, we'll focus on these two very, very important cases to review, revisit, and reassess about crisis communication. So we all know that we are in the midst of a crisis. So that is very popularly called the COVID-19 outbreak or COVID-19 pandemic or the COVID-19 crisis. So this particular crisis has brought us together through different platforms, and this time it's the online platform. So this crisis actually offers to us lots of opportunities and how we can actually harness certain things from a very different area in order to, upskill our management abilities. Despite being a student of literature and language, I've always strongly believed that we all need management, irrespective of the discipline that we are into or we profess. We all need management of this kind. But I'm not going to talk about the theoretical management that academies or universities have been delivering in the name of a management program for a long, long time. So this is the time, especially when we are faced with a crisis, this is the time for all of us to rethink these options so that we can give management its due weightage. So that's what I plan to do as we move on. You can very well see, I mean, all of a sudden, when you come across the idea of crisis communication, you're probably visited by the idea that yes, whenever we are in a state of crisis, we need to communicate about it. So that's a very simplistic idea, a simplistic explanation of what we exactly mean by crisis communication. So yes, I'll do that. I'll use the pen device to focus on this. So this is one thing that we all need to focus on, because we are in the midst of a crisis. So we need certain communication skills or abilities so that we can communicate about this crisis. But when I say communicate, it's not about communicating about a certain state of crisis to others. How well we can also communicate about the crisis condition to ourselves, so that the journey begins with the self, not from others. So that is probably the best way to start your understanding of the world around you. And Aristotle also talked about it. It said that, the knowledge of understanding of the self is the beginning of all wisdom. So that we can understand things around us in a knowledgeable manner, it's very important that we can start from the self. So I'll offer a very simplistic explanation of what crisis communication is all about. So take a look at it. It's a very simplistic explanation. So now you can find out, I want you to focus on two very important aspects in these 2.5 lines. So I want you to respond to that, because let me tell you that I believe in keeping the talks interactive so that you also feel engaged. So can you please tell me in the chat box, what are those two important aspects that you can see or that you can derive from these 2.5 lines? You can write in the chat box so that I can see. Just a few seconds. So, it's not important to know that there's a subspecialty of public relations and all that. That's designed to protect and defend an individual, company, or organization facing a public challenge to its perception. So, can you figure out those two very important things that you see in these 2.5 lines, or in this explanation? So you can write in the chat box if you find or happen to find those two things, just two words. Could you find those two words? Okay, if you cannot find, because I couldn't see any chat responses. Okay, just a moment, let me check if I have. Right, I have a few chat responses right now. Individual matters is one from Dr. Anuradha. And anything else? Public challenge, right, that's great. Individual matters. Public challenge, how to stay safe, right? Because that's one of the most popular words these days, stay safe, popular phrases, right? So I'll definitely, yeah, survival at times is important. Of course, that's true. I'll draw your attention to two very important aspects that you can figure out. One is this, and the other is this. So when it comes to management communication or crisis communication, these are the two most important things. And I think most of you definitely agree to me in that. Individual and organization. And we all know that an organization is a non-entity unless a group of individuals come together and create an organization and work towards a shared goal. So that's why these two are the most important things that we need to focus on. When we look at traditional management practices or how management education has been delivered or is being delivered through ages, we'll see that the focus is largely on this particular thing. And it's so much so that the individual has been lost. Lost where? Lost in organization. So we always see the organization, that means a company, not the individual. And we do not focus much on individuals because, I mean, when I say organization, I also mean academic organization. It may be a department, it may be the whole university or the institution. So the organization, it can be an educational organization or a profit-making organization like a company. So where is the individual? Can we see the individual? Because in the name of something else that we're going to focus on in a while from now, the individual is lost. So what do we do about it? So that is the individual. So this session, I'm going to focus on the rediscovery of the individual and the reclaiming process of the individual so that we can enrich the experiences of the organization. So this applies, as I've already told you all, this applies to organizations of all kinds, including an academic department, as small as an academic department. So the individual, what exactly can we do and should we do in order to protect the individual, to help the individual stay safe, so that the organization ultimately flourishes? Because the organization will not flourish if we lose the individual. So this is exactly what I'm going to talk about. So you can see, I mean, with an icon, with an image, I'm trying to make my ideas clear to you or make the explanation move directly to you. Then we need to somehow protect the individual so that the individual is not lost in the organization. So that's exactly what we are going to talk about in the next few slides. But before that, let's come back to the idea of crisis communication. You all know that whenever there is a crisis, I mean, whenever we work in an organization, we can expect crisis to happen every now and then. You cannot guarantee, you cannot make yourselves immune to crisis. That is impossible. If you work, if you operate, you're bound to face crisis of all kinds. So crisis is imminent and it is unavoidable. Now, what makes crisis bearable? What makes us overcome crisis is the second part of it, that is communication. So if you learn how to communicate with yourself, with the crisis, and with the people about the crisis, and help people overcome the crisis with certain standards, then you have communicated it properly, really well. So how do we do that? And what are the things that we can actually bank up in order to derive or in order to acquire these abilities or these strengths in us is the focus of this particular session. So I have tried my best not to run in all directions so that it becomes difficult for us to manage. So my focus is very, very pinpointed. At the end of it, I want all of you to learn how to communicate crisis. And before we can communicate crisis, what abilities do we need to cultivate or acquire so that we find it easier for us to communicate crisis? And what the world is doing about it recently, so that we can also think of it in those terms. Right. So we have three things: crisis communication. The first is, as you can see, it's the pre-crisis state. We all know that. If we have an organization, for example, the Department of Humanities and Management, it cannot be immune to crisis. It may expect crisis of all kinds. So how does it respond to that crisis? by making a pre-crisis plan. That means by expecting that crises will happen and we need to be ready for those challenges. So this pre-crisis plan is very, very important. So, and then when it comes to the real crisis, if you have focused on pre-crisis, you're ready to respond to the crisis or all crises. So this crisis response stage is the second one. And then you come to the post-crisis. It's not that you have responded to a crisis and that crisis is over. It will be very, very docile to imagine that with the crisis communication is over. No. Every time a crisis vanishes or disappears, we need to take care of the post-crisis scenario. For example, as a country, we have to be ready for health challenges. So this time it's COVID-19. So we should be ready for epidemics or pandemics even. When we are actually faced with epidemics or pandemics, we need to respond to those epidemics and pandemics in a proper manner through crisis communication. And then once the pandemic is over, the epidemic is gone, disappeared, we need to follow it up, follow the first two steps with a post-crisis communication, because we need to bring people back to normalcy. For example, you see, these days, when you call your friend or one of your friends or all your friends, what kind of caller tune are you getting? The caller tune says you that we are currently facing an unprecedented situation, which is COVID-19, and we are fighting with the disease. So therefore, let's not fight with the people who have it. So that is the kind of communication we get in the form of a caller tune these days. Imagine the same caller tune in March. It was a different caller tune. The caller tune is different. Stay home, stay safe, wash your hands regularly. There was no talk about, respecting or understanding, recognizing the problems of those who have been infected with the coronavirus disease. Now, this crisis communication mode has changed. It has to change because once the crisis is over, even the crisis is not over, but this is certainly a welcome change because the post-crisis communication phase has also started in India. Once the crisis is over, so that we do not begin to hate people, so that we do not suffer from a trust deficit, which is at its peak today. We don't even invite our neighbors to our homes, thinking they might carry the coronavirus to our houses. So there is a huge trust deficit. So in order to take care of this trust deficit, the hatred, we need to engage in post-crisis communication as well. But that's a theoretical framework. That is how crisis communication happens. It takes place. But is it so easy to make it happen is the question. Now, in all these stages, what exactly do we need? I'll tell you how organizations are managing these three stages. They have just one idea and one mode through which they actually execute or implement these three stages. And this idea is this. So we all know that working as part of a team is a great idea because a team has greater abilities, greater potentials, because it's a conglomerate of a group of individuals who have diverse capabilities. When this group of individuals come together, they actually enrich the team experience. So that is how people in management perceive the idea of the team or perceive teams. So that's why management education, right from its beginning, right from its inception, has focused on teamwork. They always focus on teams. Now, there lies a problem. The problem is, if we focus too much, or if we attach too much importance to the idea of team, we are actually missing out on the individuals, while we accept that these individuals have diverse abilities, yet we are not ready to, help those individuals stretch their diverse abilities yet further. We expect them to be limited and contribute as part of a team. I'll give you an example of that in a while from now. So all these stages of crisis management are actually taken care of through the idea of a team. That means a team is created and the crisis is taken care of, whether it is pre-crisis or crisis response or post-crisis. The team takes care of the entire crisis spectrum. But that's not, that's just one aspect of it. And this is a lopsided issue, and that leads to several problems. So from here, I'm going to share some of my current research engagements with you and some of my findings with you in conjunction with some, from global business schools like Harvard and Carnegie Mellon. So let's move to that state. But before that, as a very interesting, image, instead of talking about it, I would like you to read. If you find it difficult to read, please let me know so that I can read it. Okay, be very. That brings us to the question of organization versus individual. Now, why organization versus individual? So, as I told you, when we focus too much on teams, the individual will be lost. Our efforts should also be to preserve and protect the individual so that a great potential in the form of an individual is not lost. Now see how the Thai people or people of Thailand understand the meaning of staff and how the English sense of a staff is different from the Thai sense. If it's clear to you, we can move on, or we can take a few, comments or the Thai speakers think that, the Thai speakers of English think that a staff is one person, an individual. But the English sense of a staff is different. So now the English sense of the staff tells us that it's a group of people, and that's exactly where we are in a state of confusion, and we are in a state of, in this case, this is an individual, and this case, it's a team, it's an organization, and just one phrase has made it all, has created this confusion, whether we'll mean an individual by a staff or a group of individuals by a staff. So that's why it's important that we need to focus on both the aspects. So there will be a balance between the idea of the organization and the individual so that nothing is lost. No side of it is lost. So let's take it further. So that's the idea. So that there is a balance between the individual and the organization. We need to focus on individuals because we have been focusing a lot on the organizational structures and organizations. And that way we have been missing out on a very important aspect of it, that is the individual. So this balance is very, very important. So how to create that balance and sustain it so that no side is lost is what we've been currently working on. So let's start with the myth of team. So we all know that when it's, especially through the lens of management education, at least, we know that a team is a group of individuals, and these individuals, each of the individuals is characterized by a specific or a diverse ability, potential, with which that individual member can enrich the team. That's one. And the second is, although it's called a team, it's a collective, it's a community of individuals who retain their individuality throughout. So now, but is that really happening? We need to, we need to check it. We need to question. We need to interrogate. Instead of getting, persuaded by the idea of a team, which management education has been doing for a long, long time, we need to stop, reflect, and think again. What exactly is a team? By taking examples of teams from around us, we can begin this reassessment. So we did that. When we did that, we came out with certain findings. I'm going to share those findings, some of those findings you'll see. But before that, let's look at this idea of the 360 leader, propounded or expounded by John Maxwell, a very famous writer. Now, this is a bestseller now. The 360-degree leader is the title of a book written by John Maxwell, in which Maxwell has talked about the idea of the 360-degree leader. Have you heard about the 360-degree leader? Please let me know in yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Please, in the chat box, quickly type in yes or no. You may type whether you have heard about the 360-degree leader. Anybody from the management background, management discipline? Anybody from the management discipline? Please write in the chat box your name. Dr. Anuradha has written, it's very interesting. Then she wrote, no, sir. I mean, it's interesting or not interesting? Okay, that's fine. So anybody from the management background, please write your name in the chat box. If you're from the management background, please write your name in the chat box. Okay, anyway, you forget that. Of course, the 360-degree leader. Now look at this. This is the 360-degree axis, and we all know that. Now, how does the 360-degree leader performs? Now, this is a revolutionary or a groundbreaking idea about leadership. Until the 360-degree leader, people always believe that we cannot have multiple leaders. I'll give you an example of that. The Department of Humanities and Management at MMM UT Gorakhpur. Dr. Sudhir, would you allow me to take your department as an example? Dr. Sudhir, the head of the department, or any other member?
Yes, sir. Definitely, you can.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So take the Department of Humanities and Management as an example. So I don't exactly know how many members are there currently on the roll of the department.
So we have 16 members.
16, 1-6.
Yes, sir.
That's great. That's a huge department.
Yes.
Now, what I mean to say is, when you look at this department, there is a head of a department, and there are other members as well. So now the question is, the other members might be thinking that there is just one head of the department. So the head of the department is the leader of the department. So there cannot be more than one leader in the department. How can I be a leader of the department since I'm not head of the department? So the head must lead. So this is the notion that we all have, notion of leadership that we all have grown up with. But John Maxwell challenges this notion, and he turns it upside down when he says that no, every one of us is a 360-degree leader. 360-degree leader because we perform along the vertical and the horizontal axes. How? You see, we start with self-leadership. This is the grid of self-leadership, that is SL. We have to lead ourselves first by creating a sense of confidence, trust in myself that yes, I am of some use, some value to my department. I add value to my department. And how? By leading self. Now, this is when you lead your elderlies, you know, those, for example, in this case, the head of the department. Okay. This is where you lead your youngers. And this is where you lead your peers, your colleagues. When it comes to the colleague structure, we have certain, elder colleagues and certain younger colleagues. Okay. Now, there was a time when people would call their colleagues senior and junior. This and this is my senior in the department, and this is my junior in the department. Now, that terminology has changed with the 360 degree. Since everyone is a leader, we call our seniors the elder colleagues and our juniors younger colleagues. Okay, the elder colleagues and the younger colleagues. So now, when you perform across this axis, you're actually taking a 360-degree turn. So this 360-degree turn makes you a 360-degree leader. That makes it possible for each in a certain form of hierarchy to be a leader. That means to be a leader, you do not have to be the head of the department. You can be a member of the department and can be a leader and can be a contributor to the overall well-being of the departmental organization or the structure. So that's the idea of John Maxwell, who changed the way we look at leadership. Let's go to the next thing that we studied during this research project. We studied this Lagan experiment. You might be familiar with this movie, Lagan. Are you? Just give me a signal in yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Most of you are probably familiar with this movie, Lagan. That was India's entry in the Oscars, although it did not win a prize ultimately, an award ultimately. But Lagan is, it's a cult movie now. And you all know that many IIMs in India, including IIM Ahmedabad started this trend. They introduced a complete course on leadership and teamwork, team building, based on this movie, Lagan, IIM Ahmedabad. And they actually, hogged the limelight by doing so, because they called themselves leaders in doing so. So many people accepted their ideas and their arguments, but it was not as easy for us to accept that idea of treating Lagan as a great instance in team building. So we actually went for a close analysis of this movie, Lagan, for our project. And we then came out with the idea of the myth of a team. Yes, the idea of the myth of a team, which has actually, bogged the thought processes, the critical thinking processes, and the creative thinking processes of many of us. And we were surprised and to some extent shocked to find that the idea of team is more of a myth than of a reality. Because in most cases, the team doesn't actually emerge. And Lagan is one such example. I'll tell you, the entire movie begins with one man, Bhuban, and ends with one man. We actually technically studied how much cinema space or cinematic space has been accorded to each of the characters. And we were surprised to find that two characters, Bhuban and this Singh with the turban, who is an outsider, an external member, these two are the ones that occupy most of the spaces. The third is the father of the leading lady. And the other characters are actually not given as much space, cinematic space, the visual space, as these three, especially Bhuban, Amir Khan, played by Amir Khan. So the question is, how can a team emerge unless each member in the team is given equal visual space and equal opportunity to perform? The team cannot emerge. The team that John Maxwell is talking about is different from this idea of the team. So we question the idea of the team and we term it a myth. So the Lagan question actually helped us to understand that in order for the team to emerge as a real team or a reality, it's very, very important that the individuality is not compromised with or is protected. It's not lost. So with that, I'll take you to the next idea, that is the case of Carnegie Mellon, the Carnegie Mellon paradigm that tells us, that takes us to the idea of the literary turn in management. And that's the reason why at the beginning of this session, I told you that it's a wonderful idea to bring two disparate, fields or disciplines like humanities and management together. It's a wonderful idea, provided we actually find some seamless integrational methods to make them one in time to come. So to explain this idea, I have taken up this Carnegie paradigm. You all know this Carnegie Mellon University is a very, very popular university in the United States. So they have a foundation, this Carnegie Foundation. So the Carnegie paradigm questioned this particular model of management education. And you'll be surprised to know that even today, when I'm speaking to you, even today, IIMs in India follow this model, this Lurkett model of delivering management education to students. Now, what's the Lurkett model? Instead of talking about it, let me quickly show you a short paragraph which you can read and understand what Lurkett model is all about. So I'll give you a few seconds so that you can quickly gloss. Okay. So what are the things that you come across? The first is logical empiricism, which business academics embraced, and an account of the relationship between knowledge and the world, and rational choice. So it was a rational choice. That means management education deliberately tilted itself towards sciences, okay, not towards humanities. So that's the reason why there are certain institutions where the Department of Management Studies is called Management Sciences, not Management Studies. And then you come to the third, that is the agency theory. Together, this is LE, RC, and this is AT. So that makes it Lurkett, LE, RC, and AT, Lurkett model. So this is a model which is very, very popularly practiced in management education or management institutes. Now, how does this affect those who come out from such institutions that deliver management education through the Lurkett model? Now, these people become linear thinkers. As you can see, the second bullet point, these people become linear thinkers who can see only one way causation. Now, there is a point. The point is when those students or those faculty members who follow the Lurkett model, they come together, the only thing they can do is to see the things from a one-way causation. That means it's not a holistic approach. To offer a simple explanation of it, it's not a holistic approach. And therefore, they are linear thinkers. This is not my finding. This is the Carnegie Mellon paradigm. This is their findings. They see that a large number of management graduates gradually become linear thinkers and one-way thinkers. Now that's a challenge. That's exactly where I thought that I must use it as an opportunity to interact with the Department of Humanities and Management and participants from the angle. Now, there is a second case that I'm going to talk about. This again, the literary turn in management. How the literary turn can actually transform experiences in management education, both the faculty members and the students. Now, this is another literary turn in management, where you can see again this is a huge literary turn in management. It was brought about by Joe. I'm used the short form for Joseph. The full name is Joseph L. Badaracco. He's one of the most popular professors of management studies at the Harvard Business School, HBS. So when he designed a course by this name, the moral leader, because he is a professor of ethics in management, in business studies. When he designed this course, the moral leader, many people did not like that idea of such a course. And even more, these people did not like the idea of teaching or delivering this course through a bunch of literary texts, novels especially. So Badaracco explained his idea of integrating literature into management education so that we can better a multi-way or a two-way approach to these graduates. How does that happen? You can see there are multiple things. You can see the first is this, because it offers a strong dose of realism. Therefore, since it's very, very realistic, when you read these literary texts, either novels or stories or even poems, now you are actually gradually transported to a world of experience, which you may not have. I'll give you an example. I teach a couple of management courses in my institute. Now, when we get a group of students in my class, the first thing that I do to them is to ask about the kinds of experiences that they have had so far. And you'll be surprised to know that all their experiences are very, very diverse and very different. Somebody doesn't know what poverty is, because somebody is born into a rich family, well-to-do family. So that person never knows what not having money means. Poverty doesn't mean anything to this person. There's somebody who doesn't know what an illness is, what a disease is, because he has never experienced any such thing so far in his life. Some others do not have some other experiences. Now you know when the same people join an organization which expect them to be very, very rich in terms of experiences so that they can understand the nuances of things around us, how can we expect them to be good communicators, good leaders, and good managers in such scenarios? Unless they have a proper, a plethora of experiences, unless they enrich their experiences. This life will not allow you those experiences. Therefore, this is the world of experiences. It's not literature, it's a world of experiences which, when integrated into the realm of management, actually enriches its nuances. That's the reason why this is what Badarako explained in response to those questions raised by the critics. So what he says that it's like most of humanity, therefore we find a connection with that experience. So that's the reason why this literary turn in management is so very important. There's a third aspect to it. Now, what these literary experiences talk about? They talk about crisis, one, then the climax of that crisis. The crisis gradually increases and you're struggling with this crisis. And then you finally come to the resolution. And that's exactly what happens in crisis communication. Pre-crisis, then the crisis response, and the resolution of the crisis in post-crisis period. So how does that help? The story elements. What do you find in a story? A protagonist, then a challenging incident, that you have a goal, whether you surrender, you accept defeat, or you want to overcome the problem, the challenge. That's a leadership goal. Leaders never drop their gauntlet. They always take up challenges. Then there are opposing forces. It can be opposing market forces that will not allow you to, firmly root yourself in the market. It will be opposing forces in a department where there are many others who would not like to see you grow. You take up that challenge, and there are progressive complications. These are progressive complications. If you look at how the coronavirus disease has, grown or increased in India from just 100 cases a day, or even one case a day, it has come to up to more than 14,000 cases a day. So this is a progressive complication. And then the human struggle. How you struggle with this problem every day as a human, you struggle with it. Now imagine, in the absence of a problem, in the absence of a challenge, you have nothing to struggle with. So that will gradually take away the human element from you. That, when you come to this particular issue, and this is what is doing the rounds in the world today. Now we call this mirrors. When you derive experiences from external sources, these mirror neurons which lie here are fired. And when the mirror neurons are fired, there is a connection between two people. So that's why it's very, very important that we allow this integration to happen, so that we offer such experiences to the management students in the management classrooms, so that they can experience this integration and they do not leave the management institutions as linear thinkers who can at best go for the one-way possession. We want them to be thinkers in multiple directions. We want them to be individuals. We want them to be individuated, so that when they go out, they retain their individuality and they're not lost in the team or in the organization. So it's very, very important for us to look at the whole thing, the whole process through this perspective, so that we do not miss out on a very vital aspect of it, which we call an individual, a member of that team, a staff in the Thai sense, not a staff in the English sense. So we must have the staff both in the Thai sense and in the English sense as well. So that's why our staff, through the perspective of Thailand or Thai English and English as such, is very, very important here. So that's what we need to focus on as we focus on management education. And that's one big reason why I was very excited when Dr. Sudhir shared this information that they have an independent department now, which will be called the Department of Humanities and Management. So I congratulate the university and the department, the entire team of individuals, that they have a wonderful opportunity to take miles ahead. And this is an idea that we'll all need to work on, so that there is always a complementary relationship between the individual and the organization. So with that, I will stop my talk now, and it is open for discussion and debates and observations, views, comments, and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
We have requested in the chat for question, but I think there is no question so far. And I think this topic was so nicely explained, and it is quite useful for us, right from the bottom to the top of the department, and for everyone, for any other applicability, for any other and everywhere. So whosoever wants to take it up from the cause of leadership and even teaching for humanities and management, not only restricted its limitation to humanities and management, rather it is applicable to any individual or any institution. So thank you for deliberating upon such a beautiful topic and guiding us to the terrain during this pandemic-ridden time for managing crisis communication. So Aparna, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Ajit K. Mishra, sir, for your enlightening and enriching talk, covering the every aspect of humanistic and literary approach of life in connection with management and leadership. Thank you so much, sir, for connecting with us and
We can find a few observations inside the chat in between.
Right, I can see.
Time team leader.
I can see some of those questions.
Pseudo solution and provide only political movement. It's not a question, rather a comment. So your observation on it. It's what.
Right. Just a moment. I'm getting to that. That was posted a while ago.
Yeah.
So can you highlight that so that I can see?
I'm posting it again.
Right. Please do that.
Sir, it's by Akhilesh Kumar Rai.
At time, team leader give that pseudo solution and provide only political movement. And there is another
yes,
question.
That's right. I got that. Thank you.
How to deal with
yes, but
juniors
right.
and seniors we can manage well. This is from Dr. Anuradha from Ambala.
Right, that's from Dr. Anuradha. Right, I'll respond to this question first. This question by Dr. Mehula Malik. No, not by Dr. Mehula Malik. This is by Dr. Sudhir.
No, I have pasted some.
And yes, that's by Dr. Aparna. But at time, team leader give the pseudo solutions and provide only political movement, right? Because, you know, it will be very, very docile and simplistic for us to accept that the leader is immune to flaws. That's exactly how the idea of Greek tragedy came to existence. I mean, a hero is not immune to flaws. A hero can also commit errors, errors of judgment and errors of decision. When it comes to the organizational setup, the organizational scenario, there is every possibility that the leaders commit multiple errors, and they have been committing such errors in the past. So it may also happen that a leader will give a pseudo solution to the other members in the team, and the team will pursue a way that will turn out to be, or pursue a goal that will ultimately turn out to be a mirage. To explain this, I'll cite an example. Long ago, when you know that Apple was actually positioning, it was trying to position itself against Microsoft. When it entered the market, it had to position itself against the big boss of the market, that was Microsoft. So in the beginning, the Apple management responded to the Microsoft challenge in the market by projecting themselves as a competitor of the Microsoft. That was a bad decision. They ended up, you know, imitating Microsoft, and they were nowhere near Microsoft. In one of the board meetings, one of the members suddenly suggested that, you know, it was a very serious board meeting with all the members of the board, including the top level employees as well. Suddenly, a young employee stood up and said, "Who is Microsoft?" And everyone else in the boardroom was shocked, because they might have considered this person to be a stupid for saying that. Who is Microsoft and what is Microsoft? But that finally led to the solution for the Apple. The chief executive officer understood the proposition well. He knew that we should not look at Microsoft. We should look at Apple. Apple is different. Apple is distinct from Microsoft, from everything else. So let's not make Microsoft our competitor. Let's make Apple our competitor. And you know the difference today, where Apple is and where Microsoft is. So that's the problem. It may happen. So it is all about, you know, returning to your decisions, reviewing them, revisiting your decisions. Therefore, I say that it's very, very important that we revisit our decisions. So could I respond to that question properly?
Yes,
Sir, we will take the question later on. We are running short of the time.
Exactly.
So if you'll allow us, we will move to the next speaker.
Definitely. So thank you very much for the time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching talk and answering this question very beautifully. Now, moving forward, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Rajni Singh. So, Dr. Rajni Singh, ma'am, is an associate professor of English, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology in Dhanbad. Her PhD is in English from BHU Varanasi. She has also attained her graduation and post-graduation degree at BHU Varanasi. Prior to this, she has also worked at Mahatma Gandhi Kasi University, Varanasi. Her area of research is Victorian and modern poetry and Indian English poetry by women, and also gender studies. Ma'am is an expert speaker and an effective talker who has conducted and presented on various fronts and published various papers in various seminars and conferences. So we are very humble and pleased to welcome you, ma'am, and it's our honor and a pleasure to welcome you on this platform. Kindly join us for your talk. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks for your wonderful introduction of mine. I'm extremely delighted to be a part of this two-day international conference on Survive, Sustain and Grow, Managing Business and Professional Excellence in 21st Century, which is organized by the Department of Humanities and Management Studies, Madan Mohan Malviya, University of Gorakhpur. There are two factors actually which in the next 20 minutes or so. The two factors that propelled me to be a part of this Sunday, this beautiful Sunday, intellectual discussion was, one was the theme of the conference, and the theme of the conference which focused on survive, sustain and grow. And the other factor was Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, the convener with whom I have a BHU Connect. Coming back to the title of the conference, Survive, Sustain and Grow, and the talk that I have to give on gender equity, career growth and gender equity. I would try to connect the first part, the prefixed part, this survive, sustain and grow, with that of gender equity. While I was going through the PDF of the minute-to-minute program, one thing which appealed me was that there's a lot of diversity in the discussion and talk, but then gender is one segment which was missed out, and perhaps I'm going to cover that. You see, this the three key words that the title of the conference embodies, survive, sustain and grow, really matter a lot in the current time, in the current corona catastrophic period. We all have been thinking about these three words very, very seriously: survive, sustain and grow. And actually these three words and the current pandemic has pushed us to think about the way it has upended lives globally, and it has really pushed us to think about how do we prepare ourselves for the new normal, be it in business, be it in research, be it in education. It has compelled also to change our social behavior and patterns of living. One thing that is actually disturbing at the moment, because we all were in lockdown for more than 70 days now. One thing which is disturbing is the socio-cultural. We do talk about the social patterns, the changing social patterns and so on.
I think your speaker is off. Unmute yourself, please. Rajniti. Unmute yourself. Your voice is not audible. Kindly unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now, yeah,
Yes,
loud
ma'am.
and clear.
Okay, did you get to hear me before?
No,
Not at all.
last
Not
1
at
minute.
all.
Yeah, you should have signaled well in time. Okay, so first of all, I'm very delighted to be a part of this two-day international conference organized by the Department of Humanities and Management, Madan Mohan Malviya, University Gorakhpur. There are two factors which propelled me to be a part of this lovely intellectual discussion: was the title of the conference and the connect that I shared with Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, our BHU Connect. The three words are very, very important over here. As I see, survive, sustain and grow, and we are all so so obsessed with these three words in the current time, the way, the pandemic has upended lives across the globe, we really feel that, what are the ways in which we can, we can survive, we can help others also to grow. And this particular situation, this crisis, has pushed us to prepare ourselves for the new normal. And this new normal is to be now, seen in business, in education, in almost all fields of all professional fields. It has also compelled us to change our social patterns and behavior. And one thing which during the lockdown, one thing which I witnessed, when we talk about women and the women question, one thing which I found that perhaps did this pandemic really, how did this pandemic really affect the lives in a demographic way, in a democratic way, or the lives of the women were actually appended in a slightly different way. So this is one question. Recently, I was watching actually recently I watched a short, I came across a documentary filmed and directed by Nandita Das. And the documentary's title is Listen to Her, which this small 7 to 8 minutes, film talks about how women have been affected during this pandemic. So be it the working women, be it the non-working women. So, how this has affected. So there's, in the movie, we see a struggle, a woman, a middle class, educated, professional woman, a working woman who is working from the family, work from home, as the slogan goes at the moment. And she is struggling to meet the demands of the house, of the home, as well as of the office front. And in between, she gets, within this 7 minutes video, what we see is she keeps getting, calls from somebody, from some unknown number. So at the same time, she gets calls from her office, from her boss, to have a deal or to negotiate on a particular, to crack a deal. But at the same time, she gets called from some unknown number, which she picks up. And then there are screams from the other side. And perhaps that hints on some kind of a victim who is trying to seek her help. And she just called her by chance. She just tries to seek her help because somewhere she is affected by domestic violence. So what I want to say here is that women really, it's like during this pandemic, women have been facing the double challenges: the challenges of the workplace and the challenges of the home. So it's not easy. And when we talk about see, I've not prepared my slides. I just thought that I'll speak my mind over here, and maybe I'll be able to, because we have the larger audience is our students, and perhaps the girls and the boys as well. So it's essential that they also relate and connect with this basic idea, which and at the basic problems that exist in the society when it comes to the women issues. There are a lot of data, a lot of statistics. You see, if you look back, into the feminist, movement, the Western feminist movements, we see it's almost, perhaps 1857 or so, or even before that. It's almost 170 years long. It's almost 170 years old now. But still, we cling on to this question, to this basic idea of gender equity. Now, why do we have to? These are some basic questions. Why do we have to still hold on to this idea of equity? So what has happened? What have we missed actually? So are we not treated as equals? In what fronts we are not treated as equals? So why women are not treated as equals? So you see, there's one thing, again, career growth. When you talk of career growth, I think career growth comes later. First of all, what is to be emphasized and to be discussed more about is that women need to have equal opportunities at all spaces. That's very important. And later comes, career growth. You see, no profession today claims that, this is going to be only exclusively for men, okay, or for exclusively for a particular sex as such. No profession. There are, like, I mean, it's all open. It's all open to both the genders. And perhaps when we talk of gender equity, we are missing the third gender here. I mean, the transgender. So that's again a very, very huge and very, a voluminous area, which I would not like to venture into. I'll just talk about the women question here. If we look at it, I mean, professions do not claim, there's no profession exclusively which says that, it's meant only for one sex. So, I mean, it's open to all, but still, participation of girls, of women is actually not in that proportion as compared to men. So, I mean, we have to look into that. I'll go back to some statistics, which I just tried to do some surfing last night, and I came across something, women's status globally. Now, if we look at the International Labour Organization, it says that women represent 50% of the population, 30% of the labor force, perform 60% of all working hours, receive 10% of the world's income, and own less than 1% of the world's property. This is a very, very jarring, statistics. If we look at, you see, so statistics is on one hand, and if we look at the socio, the social strictures in which women are situated. What are the social strictures in which women are situated? And if we look at, I wouldn't talk about women globally, but I would talk about women situated in the Indian context. Okay, so women in India. So what are the socio-cultural like setups within the, I mean, you cannot even call it to be quite homogeneous, but still I would like to take it as an umbrella term, and I would say women in India. Now, what are the constraints that women face in India? And I think all my young students over there, they would agree to this. Hierarchies. Hierarchies is one. So what kind of hierarchies are we talking about? Hierarchies related to age, sex, ordinal position, kinship relations within the family, and caste lineage. This is again very important. Wealth, hierarchies in wealth, occupation, relationship to the ruling power, which is within the community. The second important and very, very strong binding is that of patriarchy, which we are still struggling to crack. And marriage, again, I would say I am not the one who would advocate that girls should not marry. But marriage is also one binding factor, which actually at some point in time, when you talk about career growth, definitely when a woman is, when a young unmarried, girl, when she moves on to a certain profession, and when her career is actually peaking, she has to take decisions about her personal, life. And these decisions actually, if the society had been that understanding, I don't say that things are not changing. Things are changing, but are they changing in that bigger way? So this is one question that we need to understand. So marriage is one. And for actually, there's again, a social stigma that is attached in our Indian society. Girls ought to get married between a certain age. You see, it may sound that, perhaps this person is still, stuck somewhere in the 1990s or so, and she's, reiterating facts. But then again, these are not something which just goes back to the 1990s. The situation remains the same even today. Perhaps in the 1990s, the viable marriage age was 25 to 29, but today it would be 30 to 35 at the most. But then again, eventually a woman cannot take a decision that, fine, if I have to, now I have grown in my profession, now if I have to take a decision not to marry, I wouldn't marry. There are very few who really have what do you call, the freedom to make a choice. So freedom to make a choice is also very important. And whereas if we look at the urban, Indian women, perhaps when you talk about, you see, so marriage is one, when women actually, after as they move on to their profession, in their professional sphere, certainly at one time they have to take a decision for childbearing, for raising the children. They have to go on maternity leave, childcare leave, and other things. And perhaps the time comes, 35 to 40 is the age when you really have to concentrate and give your best. So, I mean, when the actual growth, because all the experiences that you have gained up to the age of 35, so 35 onwards is the time when you really have to, concentrate more, and then you can swiftly move on to the ladder of success. But in the case of women, that becomes, there comes a break. There comes, so these are the jogs that she has to experience. There's another very important thing, and that's again related to body imaging and the brain and beauty, stereotyping of women. This is also one which we say that it does not apply, but then it does apply. It is found, it is experienced, it is observed in the society. Now, this is one thing. Again, women in the unorganized sector. When we talk about the position of women and the kind of security, you see, all are not lucky enough to get a government job. And even what about a domestic help? What about those people who are the refuse collectors? Okay, taken on contract by the government, contractors. There are a lot of women who are working in the farm. Okay. Women who are in the unorganized sector. So what are the labor laws meant for them? And actually, they do the same amount of work, or even they do much more than what men do in the fields, but then they are paid less. So we have to really think on this line as well. I'll just quickly touch upon most of the pointers. Now, the working condition, I would like to, because I came across this statistics, this data again. In Andhra Pradesh, a woman who is actually an agricultural laborer does 15 hours of work in a day, right from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. with an hour's rest in between, while her male counterpart may work for 7 to 8 hours from 5 to 10 or 11 and whatever. But then you see, the point is that these are what, they are unsung heroes. So they are there, they work. And what about the women working in the tea gardens? So we have to just think about whether they are reciprocated in the same amount as they work. Then again, you see, there's also one more important aspect which I want to cover, and that's dominance of men in work areas. I believe it's not just to this is all, out of all respect that I say, it's not to denigrate or to offend my male colleagues, but or the boys as such. But again, this is a well-established fact that at workplaces everywhere, and based on my subjective experiences also, I have seen that there's dominance of men at workplace. Then discrimination factors also work, and I believe we have a lot of discriminatory factors working at different workplaces. Sexual harassment is one, stereotyping is one, and the sexual markers, okay, that a woman experiences in her day-to-day, life, be it in public domain, be it at workplace, it's very natural. So perhaps, every woman, if you have to ask, every woman may have a darker story hidden, in her bosom. So again, if we look at the enactments and the provision for women, and are these provisions actually helping them? We have maternity leave, maternity leave where where a woman is entitled to go on leave for 6 months. But again, there are corporate houses, and even in established, organizations, women experience this, that they have to really struggle hard to 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 get their leave. So, and in some cases it is found that childcare leave, which is something which is given to a woman to a woman employee, she can take 2 years of childcare leave, but then again it's not easy to get. So to get it. Again, there's one important, since I work at IIT, so there's also one thing, why the ratio of males to female so imbalanced in STEM courses. Have we ever thought about it? So what went wrong? So again, you see, women are, if we see a large number of girls moving towards the arts domain, to certain field, or maybe to the stereotypical professions like nursing, teaching, and so on. Of course, there are few who really cross and transcend those, and they move on to different professions, but the numbers are very less. So does that give an indication that perhaps boys have a better, or men have a better mind as compared to the woman's mind, or the woman's mind is inferior to that of the men's mind? So these are broader questions that we need to ask. Again, when I talk about the male-female ratio, why it is so imbalanced in STEM. So what are the reasons? So has it to do with the feminization of education, the way gender stereotyping took place in the education system? That also has to be looked into. If we look at the Indian society, the current Indian social setup, it's normally seen, normally in a middle class, a family with a middle class family with a medium sort of income, and if they have 2 to 3 children in the house, they prefer, normally it's seen that investing on the male child is seen. Today, parents do not prefer saving money in the bank. It's investing on the child. So investing on the child for his education, I would say investing on the child. I'm repeating it with all vigor here. Investing on the child, because the child will tomorrow, and from class 5 onwards, this coaching for IIT JEE begins. So it's like investing on the child, and there are FITZI courses and all those courses that they send the child to, the coaching centers that they send the child to. The idea is that if we are investing on the male child, tomorrow my child will become an engineer, and whatever we have invested, that will fetch in huge dividends in a short period of time. So it's just a matter of 10 to 12 to 15 years, but then we are going to get it back. But when we are investing on the girl child, eventually, you see, parents, they have to think. Some parents may not. I don't say that all of them, but then this is when it comes to dividing the money, okay, for education or something, how to spend the money on the child welfare or on the child's career growth, education. Parents, the first question that comes to the mind of the parent is, no, fine, let us send to her local college over here. Why to send her to a distant one? And the money that we save can be kept. We need to keep some money for her marriage. Okay, so this is one practice that still continues. Again, there's another very, very important question that I want to raise on this platform: why women are underrepresented at workplace. So if you look at, I don't say that all women get underrepresented. There are 1 or 2 women, who are pushed up, okay, on high positions. But if you look at the entire hierarchy of any organization, you see, it's all led and dominated by men. So even in IITs, you see, IIT system, it's quite an old system. I have not come across any IIT which has had a female, a woman director. So, I mean, is it that women are not potential enough, or they cannot, get into certain coteries? They cannot get into, I mean, these are some broader questions. So why, I mean, why women are not given bigger positions? Is it that they do not have the potential to lead? They are poor leaders, or they are too emotional and they cannot, survive in those positions? I mean, these are some basic questions that we need to think on. Again, when it comes to promotion, these are very important, things. Why the process of promotion slows down in a woman's career. So I have already talked about one of the factors, the kind of breaks that she has to take when she's actually peaking in her career. She has to take those breaks. And again, otherwise as well, I mean, when it comes to really, I mean, getting timely promotions, women still have to, they are somewhere, far, behind, lining up in the queue. So, I mean, these are some. So,
Hello.
there's another very important question that I wanted to pose. Why women hesitate to open up against violence of any kind, be it at workplace or at home? So what are the stereotypes and the stigmas, involved in opening up? So, I mean, you see, we have seen those committees, gender sensitization committees, and those committees, I mean, how do these committees really work? The women's cells, how do they work? And what are the factors? Who are the people who actually, lead those committees? And how do these, decisions, get influenced by people? Who are these people? So we just need to, think on those as well. There are a lot of issues actually, like women, right from women trafficking to surrogacy to sex workers, and physical abuse, stereotypings, lot of again, rape. As I was going through the data today, this morning, I came across this NCRB data, National Crimes Records Bureau of 2019, which says,
hello, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
There are messages in the chat box. They are telling that don't make it a one way. We also want to be answered. So some of the question they are leaving inside. So I think we should start taking questions.
Yeah, in fact,
Doctor, that will be more interactive because involved.
Yeah, in fact, Sudhir, yes, Dr. Sudhir, actually I wanted this to be more like a workshop structure, so that, there could be a live, interaction with all the participants, and I could take up their questions. Because when you talk about gender equity and the woman question, this cannot be dealt on certain, PPTs of 24, 25 pages, okay? And it's so vast an area that which area you're going to touch upon and which you're going to leave, that becomes very, very difficult. So I would like to invite questions. Just let me finish this statistics over here, which I was talking about, the crime,
Ma'am, please conclude, ma'am. We are running out of.
Yeah. Just I'll
actually we are
I'll finish
parallel
with this
presentation schedule right now. So after that, but we will take up certain questions and you conclude. You take it up according to you, but we need to organize paper and a few
all right
to you here only.
All right. So in 2019 itself, we have seen a record of 4,16,000, rape cases in India, which is actually doubled in the last 17 years. So, I mean, these are very alarming, figures. And we also, the issues that I talked about, I tried to bring it in a nutshell. All these pointers, when we talk about career growth, and then we talk about equity, gender equity. So first of all, I would say that we need to first of all find out what are the ways to give equal opportunity to women, and then we can, really talk about career growth. Because I mean, unless you have equal opportunities at the ground, you cannot think of career growth. Thank you very much. I would be welcoming all the questions. If my listeners have any, I'd love to answer those.
Ma'am, we will take question later on after the.
No, no, at least 2 questions, please. At least let ma'am take 2 questions. So, there are questions in the chat box that there is one way. So there was a question. I think there was a question blinking. Some examples like how to solve such problems of rape. How can we? Some solution people are asking that how to get rid of such stigmatic problems.
I would say, first of all, awareness and sensitivity towards the other gender or towards the both sex, is very important. A boy should be sensitive to the girl. Likewise, sensitivity towards each other is very important. Again, when it comes to, it's like the places that we are situated in. First of all, what are the places that we are situated in? The workplace and the home. So all these things should, begin. First of all, the stereotyping of a child begins right from age 5. Okay. So, here the society, the parents are actually quite responsible for drilling those stereotypes into the minds of the young babies. So we grow up with all that. So all is disseminated into our mind. So as we grow, we start practicing it, in the environments that we are situated in. So first of all, we as parents or we as adults, we need to, look around. We need to just look around the way the girls are, the girls are groomed, and if we can help break this, we need to bring in more awareness that the kind of education, it is not that a girl child cannot do well in mathematics or science, or she cannot take up a profession in certain sphere. You allow her, test her potential. She should be given a chance. She should be given an opportunity. Let us try it and see it out. Okay. So, these are the things that we need to it will take time, because see, this is all a cultural construct. And again, there's certain stereotypes, like if a woman has to, go, from a workplace, she goes back home, she has to do the household chores and the other things. There has to be some kind of understanding. You see, I remember there was one professor at this, Banaras Hindu University, Chandrakala Padia, and I attended her one of her talks, and she talked about when a woman has to write a paper, the table is never free for her. She hasn't got a room of her own. So what does she do? It's the time after the household and the other things are done. When she gets in the midnight, perhaps after 12, she begins the task. So if she has to concentrate on her own, career plans, she has to work for those extra hours. So if a proper environment and a mutual understanding is generated from both the ends, I think this is the only solution to because no laws and no bylaws can ever make any change. So it is the mental conditioning, the way that the kids are groomed. Actually, if we can bring in more awareness. So awareness we can create from our own, small spaces wherever we are. So even if we are in a remote place, in a village, if we can create awareness over there in our own, nearby surroundings, I think that makes a difference. So this transformation can come only by building in more and more awareness.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. I also attended and I could really remember vividly that what Chandrakala Padia ma'am said there. I think in writing paper and all that her experiences, that
right,
she could join the that women coordinator of women's cell of that women
women's studies
research center. How she could was she selected.
Center for Women's Studies.
Makes us, you can say, sensitive and sensitizers, and makes us feel differently. And we carry that way the legacy from our teachers, what we inherit, and we pass it on to the next generation. and probably you used it on this podium and platform to share it, pass on it to the next generation, and you are always ready with to help us. For that, it's a humble namaste from us from SNSD.
Thank you. Thank you. Even I feel so humble. Thanks.
Thanks for being
Thanks.
with us. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Over to Aparna.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for touching this topic and embarking upon it in such a detailed manner, backed up all by such illustrative data. The question you have raised by your talk will certainly provoke our participant to dig it further. So, with these words, I would like to thank you, and
Thank
we
you
are
very
very
much.
humbled and pleased to have for having you with us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
Now,
you.
proceeding further, I would like to invite and introduce our next speaker, Professor Ravi Prakash sir. Professor Ravi Prakash sir is head Department of History and Media and Communication Studies, CBLU, Bhiwani, Haryana. Professor Ravi Prakash sir is a distinguished scholar of social science and brings with him rich experience of teaching at various educational institutes of national repute such as National Institute of Fashional Technology, New Delhi, VB Giri National Labour Institute, Noida, NDIM, LPU, Simla University, etc. He has received number of awards and fellowship in his professional career. He has worked as faculty, journalist, and an administrator in government and private sectors. He has held position of registrar, dean students welfare, controller of examination, etc. He has chaired many national and international seminars and conferences and delivered many invited lectures in India and abroad. He has been invited as political analyst on national television. His work on management, communication, history, religion, ecology has appeared in a number of scholarly books and research journals. His current work focuses on advertising management, journalism in India and abroad. Thank you so much, sir, for giving you consent to be with us and for joining us. I would like to invite you for your talk on this platform. Thank you so much, sir.
Hand over the
I
mic.
welcome you.
We are seeing each other after a huge gap, I think approximately many years. So thank you for being with us. And unmute, host is requested to unmute Professor Ravi Prakash sir. Kindly unmute him. Dear host, unmute the speaker. Dear host, please.
Unmuted.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good afternoon.
Forum of Department of Humanities and Management Science, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. We have shared a few experiences of life, and I definitely know that stalwart academicians like you will definitely benefit the participants. So it's over to you, boss.
Good afternoon. It is indeed a very pleasure moment that after a long back, I'm seeing virtually in the arena of Corona virus regime. Dr. Sudhir and me has worked together. More than that, he's my younger brother, and I have always have word of appreciation. Very low in profile, but a class apart scholar of black literature and apart from that, having an expertise on the black literature, he is an expert on the communication, and I hope so that MMU will write a new chapter giving a most important assignment in an engineering university of humanities. Under his aegis, he will able to develop a lot in department, and I hope so the more and more social sciences will be also incorporated, history, sociology, economics, psychology, so that I can also join him once again if he feels so. One of the most important topic which he has bestowed upon me, that is the technology, innovation in technology and the management education. as we know that the 21st century is the age of technology. Technology means what? Technology means normally people think about that it is only implemented in the machine tools, only implemented in the factories. New technology has come, but no. Technology means technique, how to work. There should be some scientific approach, and that's known as the technology. And how this has changed the entire scenario uh, of of the education system, and particularly related to the management. Like for instance, if I talk about uh, take the example of the current time scenario, everything is technology based. Otherwise it is next to impossible to work in any arena. So without an innovation, like for instance, earlier we were knowing about the Zoom is a channel which was coming on the television channel Zoom. Now the Zoom has become the reality. Everybody has come zoom in the Zoom, and without zoom in we cannot think of that we can zoom ourselves. So that is how this has become the reality. This is known as the virtual reality technology, which is known as the VR. And how this virtual reality technology is working, this is the hottest thing uh, in the tech world. Like for instance, technology include Google, Sony, Oculus, backed by Facebook, Samsung, and more. One of the areas of application of VR technology is education. With VR, students can learn via interacting with the 3D world. Google has been on the forefront of introducing experimental learning in schools through VR technology. There are the number of like Google School. What they do that through the virtual VR technology, it is possible for us that we can go into the technology, and with the help of this technology, we are able to conduct classes, and that has given a new boost to this. Then another is the AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning. The artificial machine learning has given that AI that they can understand the need of the student, they can understand the need of the management, and with the help of the AI, we have changed the management system. Particularly if I take the example of the online shopping sites, particularly if as a case study, if I go through like for instance Amazon, how they provide a solution to the rest of the people, and they find that with the help of Amazon, with the help of the AI, they are able to give the solution to the different kind of people, and then the Amazon is able to do the successful business. Same then the machine learning serve the individual needs of the students, what they actually require. A tutor has to develop the student subjects such as mathematics, writing, management disciplines, marketing, HR, finance. Everything is possible because they understand what is the need of the students. Then the another is technology is known as the cloud computing for education. Without cloud, it is not possible for us to do so. Like the Zoom, it is working on the cloud technology. Because where the data we are storing with it works on the cloud. Cloud has given the more and more, because everybody is facing the space crunch, and this space crunch is being provided by the cloud computing, and that's the innovation that has given a new highlight to the education system. Then the 3D printing is also very important, because it has given a solution to many things, like in the medical science, in engineering. With the help of the 3D printing, you can go for a precision, and that has given a new boost to industry also, and the management face that it is very friendly. Then the social media and educational institution, that has become a most vital questions, and here we have to stick that how it is possible that social media is very important in the education institution. Prior to that, it was not very much important, but nowadays the social media has played a very significant role. Like Facebook, with the help of the Facebook, other people were only interacting through Facebook on the different dimensions. But apart from this Facebook, how the Facebook has helped a lot for the teaching. Like you can upload your lecture, you can interact with that, you can conduct seminar, the participants, number of participants can join you, and it is not a costly affair also. So that has given a new highlight that the social media, like the management system, if you are into industry, television industry, with the help of the tutor, you can go for a live coverage also. Then through WhatsApp also you can find a small groups classes also. You can share your informations. You can conduct the meetings or exchange of the ideas, and at the nutshell, it can change the lives. Then the another is that the technology has given the another example of the using of the biometrics in schools. Prior to that, the only system of the attendance was that the teacher has to mark, but this has given a new kind of attendance system, and that has given a technology driven. You need not, you cannot manipulate the data. The precision will be there. The students can be easily identified when they have entered in the class, when they have gone. Their security issues can be also measured. So that the biometrics has given a new insight to the education system, and that education system has always helped that how beautifully it can be utilized. So what the technology, these are the main aspects of the technology driven. But if you go all about that, the technology means the teaching, ICT, MOOC. So then how you can develop your of courses, like there was earlier system developed, the meta education system, which is experimental between the Delhi University and Jamia Millia Islamia. You got admission in either in Jamia or in Delhi University, but you can take your classes. That was only started in the Department of Mathematics as a pilot project. Then the number of things during this Corona time, that how innovative you can be, online examination, your project submission, your presentation, then class conduct on the Zoom or the other many sites like on the Google Classroom, Google Meet, or the Microsoft. So number of things has come up in a way, but these are the small technique. But apart from that, the technology is basically a human driven. It should be not the machine driven, because we have seen the several Hollywood movies that if the technology is being controlled by robots, so you can have the Terminator. So that things must be there, that the human should control the machine. The machine should not control the human. It should be always the human driven. Sometimes this technology has created a problem in personal life also, and through this technology, the phone can be tapped, the phone can be traced, your location can be traced. So that is your personal life is being breached. You cannot have your own privacy, and rather that earlier the technology, if the such technology were not there, people were having the cool and calm life. We were interacting through the letters only. Me and Dr. Sudhir was residing in a single room also. We were sharing our beds also. So that time we had no tension at all while working also, because there was no mobile. So our HOD cannot call. I was his HOD. I was not calling him. I was not giving him prank calls, because that technology was not there. Whenever he will visit my chamber, only then I can say that, okay, Dr. Sudhir, you can work here and you can do these things. Same things. But if the technology is there, they can send you the message on WhatsApp. Where are you? Give me the location. The teacher can be asked. The person can be asked. Wife can trace you. You can trace your wife. So this technology has created a lot of problems. Sometimes it creates lots of problem to you, that you cannot feel like that. It gives you the suffocation. Recently the Sushant Singh Rajput suicide has given many things, like he was chatting with whom, he was talking with someone else, who was the last call. It means this technology has created a personal problem. If there was no telephone, mobile phone, these questions were never come up in that. Because later were there, somebody will write there that the moment the psychological condition will be entirely changed. But the mobile is there, it can give you more and more tension. And then somebody can take you, no, tell me now, otherwise I will do this. Tell me now, I will do this. What to do? Okay, do it. Either you can hang me, or you can kill me, or you can leave me. So the happiness, sorrow, suffocation is being largely controlled. So when we are using the technology We must be a level of innovation. It should not go at the level of innovation that you go for a detective agency. Now this is the problem at our family level, that wife is detecting husband and husband is detecting wife. Boss is detecting employee and employee is detecting boss. So this has actually created a problem of the social equilibrium, and this social equilibrium must be addressed. Being a teacher, we must be very, very sensitive on these issues. Like my mental level is different, but my wife's mental level is entirely different. We can't match, but in a technology affairs, they want to match it properly, and that cannot be matched. Some people can be aggravated, so much aggravated, but that aggression and aggravation can be controlled. But through the social media, through this WhatsApp, through this mobile phone, this has become a problem, big problem. Through this online shopping, if you don't feel like shopping, you are going for a shopping. Through online teaching, a student are lying on the bed and you are attentive in your bed drawing room. They are not taking it seriously. I was conducting the FDP. I found that several teachers, those who are sleeping in their bed only, at least have some moral. Don't be on video in your bedroom. Please come at least in your drawing room. So that kind of the leverages, these are the shortcomings of the social media, because students are not coming to the colleges. That's the national data is talking about. How much the induction we have inducted in the college system, from school to college and college to university, university to PhD level. There are the very less number of people are there. But at the age of this in technology, we should be very, very honest with us. But sometimes this honesty pays you a lot. People will say, Dr. Sudhir, give me this honest answer. आपने मेरे बारे में बुरा सोचा था या नहीं सोचा था? And he will tell, yes, मैंने बुरा सोचा था. आपका opinion change हो जाएगा. So this honesty works. Sometimes if you are a liar, it works. The moment you speak correct, the things will go for awkward. This has become the reality, and technology is sometimes it's a boon, but it has become a curse also. Because we have to understand the difference between boon and curse. You use the technology till the time, like earlier there was a phone. You cannot block your phone. Anyone can ring you. But now if I don't feel okay with you, I will block you. In your WhatsApp, in your phone number, you'll be unable to connect. Your mind is boggling, but you cannot contact your family members because they don't want to see your face. If your boss is not finding you good, he will block you. So such kind of scenario can lead to suicide. So that I think the mobile phone should stop this offer. You can't block anyone. Somebody wants to block you, that even though you will get the calls. So that is the technology. The shortcomings is also there. So mobile phone is actually, it's a mental case. It has breached to your privacy more and less effective in terms of communication. So it has given a boon, but in the meantime, we have to use it properly and with some kind of a human sensitivity. You can't think that you are right always. I quote one of the scholar word that he says that you are not always right. Sometimes you listen others also, he may be right. But if you listen carefully, then you will understand he is also right. But that scenario, we do not have such patience with us, and that's create a problem. When innovation in technology is there, we should be very, very cautious while using it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for being so brief and so compact. You are always wonderful, and this time as well, you have touched upon the real course of the life, and you dealt with the practical problems that we are facing and we are dealing with. Definitely, sometime, as you said, unblocking should be allowed, only blocking should not be allowed. But at the same time, suppose that because of this technology, some nuisance is created, a boy is teasing a girl, or you can say disturbing her. So at that time, blocking is also desired. So, but these are the problems, and definitely technology has disrupted the private zone, and it also now, because this resuming us by zooming on the Zoom and being in the bedroom, definitely it's a big trouble and people are sacrificing their professionalism, and they are many of the time uh, in the meetings and in public places. A lot of jokes are trending in the on the social media, and all these problems are because of that. So no doubt, work from home has started, but don't bring your home at work. That should be the approach. One should not bring home at work. Work from home is there, so one should start working from home. He should not mix his drawing room, bedroom and kitchen and prepare a recipe like that. That will definitely spoil the life at the end of the day, and it will kill that beauty of the human life, that privacy and everything. Thank you for deliberating upon such a wonderful topic and in such an open way. This was a, like we were listening like the Declaration of Communist Manifesto, the way Karl Marx used to announce everything loud and clear. In the same way, you also pronounce that what technology is doing, how it is disrupting the privacy, and how it is, you know, uh, working as a detective of our private life and disrupting the life. For that, thanks for being such a wonderful speaker on this day. Over to Aparna, and we are really thankful to you. Department is obliged to you for being on our program. And since this program leads to the Foundation Day tomorrow, I would like to have an announcement for other participants, those who want to go for paper presentation. The paper presentation session is delayed a bit because we are having a few speeches, one or two. After that, we will be announcing that. And there is one more announcement. Tomorrow in valedictory, we will distribute the certificate to those only who will participate in both the session. We are having Vice Chancellor of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti University, and Professor Saab will be there, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, and our Vice Chancellor Sir will also join us in that session. So we request you all to join there on time, be on time, and only we will be distributing the certificates who will be participating in both the sessions. So over to you, Aparna. You please call next speaker. And next speaker
Okay, sir.
requested to manage time a bit because we are already delayed and paper presentation was scheduled at 3. But we will be initiating, we have postponed it a bit. By the time it will be concluded, then we will restart the same. But I'm thankful for the speaker and resource person of the day, Professor Ravi Prakash Sir. Hats off to you. Salute, my salute are there. And you as elderly resource person and spokesperson deliberated upon the real problems of the human life. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to thank Professor Ravi Prakash sir for being so much crisp and being so much to the point so that we can cover our time. And thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Now I would like to move forward, and with that I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Anil Kumar sir from the Technological Institute of Textile and Sciences, Bhiwani, Department of Physics, and he will deliver his talk on the topic COVID-19 pandemic challenges, opportunities for India, a solution by science and technology. Sir, may we have you on this platform? Please join us, sir. Thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Anil Kumar, Faculty of Physics, the Technological Institute of Textile and Sciences, Bhiwani. I am highly thankful to Dr. Sudhir Nayan Singh and the organizer of the conference. And I'm also thankful to Dr. again, you who may give chance to speak or to express myself on the topic COVID pandemic challenge for opportunity for India. No doubt, I will not take much time because I am faculty or student from science side, and I express myself in very short way. I cannot express in elaborated form like other speakers. First of all, I will introduce COVID-19, after then impact of COVID-19 pandemic, then role of science and technology to control or to manage the pandemic, and new researchers comes in India during these 2 months. I will discuss with you, and after then I will conclude my expression. Coronavirus is a family which contain more than 40 different types of the virus. And the number of the speakers or different publishers said that this is originated from the bat. But question is why it names from the corona? Actually, you see the picture here, left side the image of the coronavirus, and right side the image of the eclipse, sun eclipse. No doubt, fortunately today is also same day, and I can compare here, and you are looking that there are the small spikes on the coronavirus there, and it resembles with the picture of the corona of the sun seen during the eclipse. That's why scientists said that this is the corona. This is the main reason to say it a corona, and it is not new virus. In the Nature Journal, it is already published in 1968. It is very old virus. No doubt, the COVID-19 is a new type, a new virus, which is the member of same family. Its characteristics are not new to all of us. That's why we are afraid from this particularly. Their separation is very, spreading process is very fast. That's why we fear from this particular virus. The size of the virus is about 120 nanometer. If we talk about the size, it is very, very small. If we put the dot by using the 0.5 mm pencil, if we reduce the same dot by 100 times, then we go near to the size of the coronavirus. It means size wise it is very, very small, not so as look in the picture. It is 1 lakh times magnified picture. 1 lakh times magnified picture. You are looking on this particular. First of all, COVID-19 originated from the bat. After then it spread to snake and pangolins, and after then it comes in the human. To the human, it comes from the contamination of the animal meats, which are mostly sold in the China market. Coronavirus particularly affect on the respiratory system of the man. It first of all, it accumulate at the throat and obstruct the air respirations in the body, and that's why it create the problem to the man. No doubt, if we are in the age of the 18 to 40, we can manage this particular virus, but if the adults are older or for a child, it creates a lot of problems. The problem with this particular coronavirus is that this is new, so no vaccine or antivirus drug is invented till now. The disease related to the coronavirus patient declared pandemic after March, and because just a minute, thank you please. It creates the number of the impact the coronavirus pending on the health, economic, food. If we talk about the health, we know very well in the news. Till today, 89,21,385 coronavirus patients are in the world, and 4,66,448 patients are dead in now. But in India, the infected patients are 4,11,727, very huge amount here, and 13,277 there are the deaths today. So it is very, very big number patients wise as well as death wise. If we talk about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy, usually our economy growth rate was 6 or 7 in between, but during these days that go down from 6 or 6.5 to 4 to 4.5 or less. 12 lakh crore of the investors' money are lost in the market, in the share market. That is very huge loss here. If we talk about the impact of the pandemic on the food and supply chain, no doubt, due to lack of the laborers in factories, the production get reduced very much, and due to the storage of the daily life uses by the women men, the demand becomes very high. So the food and chain supply get interrupted by this particular pandemic. There is also impact on this on the social and unemployment particularly. That is very crucial impact of this particular pandemic. Socially, number of the laborers are migrated from the major city to their villages, and at that area there is no such arrangement they can handle them food wise or their accommodation wise. So there is a great problem. And next problem with this particularly is, in particular schools or colleges or IT sectors, number of the vacancies, number of the employees are get out from their particular institutes. So unemployment rate becomes very high now. If we talk about the medical facility, the patients suddenly increase very high, very large. So there is a lack of the safety wears for doctors, nurses and security staff. The lack of the life-saving equipments like drugs, testing kits, expert and dedicated medical staffs are also problems for the medical facilities. If we, there is also impact on the education, sports and entertainment industries. So this is the challenge for us. Now question is, what is the role of science and technology to man the corona pandemic? It is advised by the principal scientific advisor of the Indian government that technology can handle present situation and changes the way we live our lives and the way we do things in future. Means technology can change. He pointed out that this is an opportunity to gear up for a future that we have better and we can do more better with the help of R&D, research and development. And we can face these particular challenges and convert it as an opportunity. No doubt, we are proud on our Indian scientists and engineers and also common men. They developed number of the equipments in these 2 months. And these particular engineers are appreciable. I want to something. First decade of this particular century is related to the Baba Ramdev. He teaches about yoga. And second century with some comedians who entertainment ourselves, and we can make our life happy. Now the time for engineers and scientists, and they prove within 2 months. And they do lot of. I want to discuss with the number of the equipments which are developed during these 2 months by the scientists with the help of research and development. First of all, I want to introduce a confirmatory test machine. It is a machine which can test 30 patients, corona patients, within 2 hours. And the price of one corona patient test is less than 1,000. If we purchase same thing from the China or other country, that about to be 5,000. But our Indian scientists and engineers develop it within 2 months. And now this particular equipment is at the production state. And I want to also tell about that. This is developed by the Sri Chitra Tribunal Institute of Medical Sciences Technology, Trivandrum. Next, a antiviral molecule is also developed by the Institute of Life Sciences, Bhubaneswar, which can control the infect and spreading of the coronavirus on the patient. And very soon it will become in the form of medicine and come in the market. Advanced Research Center for Powder and Metallurgy, New Material, has designed a cabinet which can disinfectant our home-made or home daily life use materials like our mobiles, our fresh vegetables. if we place the particular item in this particular cabinet, that can disinfect it within 5 minutes. This technology is based on the ultraviolet radiations. And this is also designed by Indian scientists. We can proud on them particularly. Till now in the world, no one PPT kit or mask are available which is antiviral, which can stop the bacteria or virus to enter in the body. In fact, Indian scientists designed a such type of the compound. If we coat that particular on the mask or PPT or any clothes, the virus and bacteria will kill if that will make in contact with the surface. It will not protect from that, it can kill. That's why it is called antimicrobial compound. And this is also designed by our scientists. Researchers of the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Trivandrum, that is in final stage to develop a one more kit which can detect coronavirus 4 days before as we tested now. If the coronavirus get enter in our body after 4 and 5 days, it will take to grow particularly for which is can be testable. But this is so sensitive device which can test immediately if the coronavirus infected us, and it help us to detect the particular patient, and which reduce the further contaminations or further spreading of coronavirus. This is also a new invention here. Number of doctors are get infected when they treat with the patients, and a box is designed. If the patient is laid down in that particular box, and if he sneeze or anything else, then dust or dots related to particular coronavirus that not will in contact with doctor, which treat the particular patient or take the sample of the patient. It is also designed by Indians. This is automatic hand sanitizer. No doubt, when we use sanitizer in our house, number of the patient get touch with that particular, and that can spread the virus to another or normal man. So our scientist or engineer designed a automatic mist-based sanitizer. If we put our hand just in under this particular sanitizer, then some drops of the soap or particularly alcohol get dropped out. There are also number of other equipments. Due to lack of time, I am reducing that particularly. If we conclude myself, we know that till now we are fighting with China, even though we are 45% or more than particular raw material are purchased from the China, because our industrialists not believe on our engineer or scientist. But I want to convey myself for that particular industrialist. This is the time. Give the opportunity to our scientist and engineer, and believe on that they can prove ourselves and make India more happy and economically best. So this is not a challenge, I can say. This is the opportunity for us to develop our economy with the help of new equipments or new designs which make our society more comfortable. Thank you, Sudhir sir and other audience.
Wonderful, great presentation, and really it delighted us and scientific community everywhere. Even in chats, people are requesting for your PowerPoint slides. So we will not go for question answer session. We are running very short, but we start with managing Aatmnirbhar Bharat. And
yeah. Your first topic is Aatmnirbhar Bharat. That is my main topic particularly.
And then after that, research efforts during pandemic, Indian effort. You gave this nod, and really it was wonderful to be with you and being associated to you with these scientific efforts and scientific information compiled by you. Over to Aparna. Okay, next speaker is I am, and so thank you so much, Dr. and I would like to speak my talk. We are running sort of presentation time, paper presentation. Our presenters are waiting. So my topic is the theme and thought. It was exactly the title is my child. That's what I thought, and we come up as the product. Survive, sustain, and grow. Managing business and professional excellence in on pandemic ridden area in present time. So for the first time, I would like to say you focused on Dr. Anil. You focused on uh, solar eclipse, and I will focus on yoga. Today is also International Yoga Day. We will be focusing on Indian scenario, and I would like to say for survival, survive, sustain, and grow. For survival, Indian approach is like that. When we talk of Aatmnirbhar Bharat and in this Indian approach, we will find that yoga, Ayurveda, and therapy. So these things are available for survival. And no doubt India is having tremendous number of cases available with us, but we are having these things, and this Ayurveda and yoga and this therapy, other therapies can help us the way we can. But you might be thinking like, I would like to move to the social problem. How to sustain, because for survival, physical well-being is important. But at the same time, emotional well-being is more important. Otherwise, healthy people like Sushant Singh Rajput may not commit suicide. So what is the therapy and what are the things available for emotional well-being? Clear? Here I would like to say, for the first time, we are listening slogans like, new slogans like, spitting kills. Then, touch me not is a plant, and scientific students are knowing more. So when we come to the touch me not, it is the societal slogan now. Social distancing and movement of societal flow is reversed now. If you look at the socialization process, if you look at the process of socialization, you will realize that for socialization, people from distance, they will turn closer, and they come to the human contact. As two unknown people, when they became friends, they try to come closer and they try to hug each other, or they shake hands. But it becomes very bad in East India and Eastern UP particularly. In our childhood, we normally used to look at the slogans like written on the truck's back. What are the slogans? Like one slogan I would like to say, since I am from Bhojpuri belt, there is a quote from Bhojpuri, Satla ta gaila beta. So, such kind of slogans, touch me not. It was a plant that when certain types of metal and human fingers are reaching towards it, it shrinks itself. But now humanity is shrinking itself because of this pandemic problem. Movement of society from far to near is easy and natural. Natural friendship is there when we are moving from far to near. But going near to far is unnatural and it is very tough to manage. And sending a person from personal zone of the space to the social zone, it is quite difficult to manage. And that is very tough. Then the problems for those, our previous speaker, Dr. Rajni Singh, she shared her opinion from IIT Dhanbad that gender issues. Definitely there was a question blinking in the chat that what about the third gender? What about the problem of them? You might be realizing that while traveling from Delhi to Haryana or neighboring areas of the New Delhi, third gender people used to enter in the train and they start begging money from passengers. Though it is good or bad, I am not going into that question. But for the question of survival, you start thinking, since the trains are not moving itself, from where they are going to earn their food and livelihood. And what is their survival question? Not only that, in marriages and in other social functions, because of the social distancing era, how we are going to look for them and what about them? Problem of gender is we are discussing for female, we are discussing for kids, we are discussing for elderly people. Does any speaker thought of that, how transgender people are surviving in this India or all over the world? We need to look at this question, and these are the questions to be touched upon. Not because they are also part of society, they will also survive. And the problem of women, really heart-rendering picture of a woman lying on platform and dying dead because of the food. Survival is the biggest question for people like that, those who are dying on the street, lacking food and livelihood. All these things, all these problems. Positive mental level is very low, positive energy, and negative is so high that people are forced to commit suicide, even well-to-do and well-off people. They are choosing option to say bye to their life. We have no right to kill our life that is provided by the God. So survival is at risk. And sustainability, what about sustainability? We began with Aatmnirbhar Bharat and GDP and other future forecasts. We have already listened a lot many by the economics experts, so I will not go into that terrain. But this is the problem of sustainable growth. Petrol prices in the, see those countries, imagine those countries who are surviving only on selling petrol. Their prices sometimes went into negative. What is the negative pricing? The economic people will be knowing better than management people will be knowing better than me. So I need not to go into that again. But coming to the next point, managing business. Then when the complete market is serving from lockdown, how the business is to be managed. Everything is only online and technological platform of the option to sell it out. And not only that, for survival, medical fitnesses, we cannot compromise cancer patient treatment and other severe patients. So we cannot compromise their life. And in that situation, when hospital cases and cases of a moral value decline are coming, that when people are demanding, hospital owners are demanding 1 lakh rupees for admitting a patient. In such scenario, what do you think of ethics and other values that was raised by Professor Ravi Prakash sir? Moving to the professional excellence. No doubt professionalism will increase, and a lot many formulas are coming from right from the TCS to other Google and other people. Work from home is going to come in practice, and even online teaching education will emerge, and online problems will be discussed. These are the problems and challenges for the professionals to ponder over and think over it and look for the solution for them. Definitely experts of dynamic expert and stalwarts will discuss all the issues and challenges, and we will be thinking upon, and participants has to think and sort out their problem. Dr. Anil Kumar rightly pointed over that the third decade of 21st century will be of scientists and the people of the scientists, technocrat and medical professionals, and even those who are working in yoga. So with all these problems and all that solution, all the experts deliberated their thought upon, and I hope that the picture will now, as the solar eclipse reduces now and sun is coming out in the sky, similarly the society will get rid from this eclipse of corona, and it will survive, revive and grow. Clear? And then I wish you all a very good International Yoga Day, and I will thank you all the participants and all the experts for the deliberation, for their invaluable deliberation, and all the scientists and technocrats and managers who involved this work right from the IIM Bangalore. I am thankful to you all. Since we are getting delayed for the paper presentation, right, kindly forgive me for reducing the vote of thanks session. But I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji for a very small and crisp vote of thanks, as people are waiting for their paper presentation regularly, and certificates will be given by compiling the attendance of both the days. So tomorrow's morning session, everybody is requested to come and join, and those who are having to present their papers, they will be sent separate link very soon. So they will be joining. It's over to Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta.
Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful lecture. So, firstly, I welcome all of you in this international 2 days national conference on survive, sustain, and grow, managing business and professional excellence in 21st century. So, firstly, I would like to thanks to the participants who have registered. We have received around 400 participants who registered for this international conference, and this is the overwhelming response for any international conference. So I firstly would like to thank all the participants who actively participated, and they were actively available on online from morning to till now. So I really thanks to all the participants. After the participant, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for always motivating and providing all the platforms that will be very useful for conducting such a wonderful program. Next, I would like to thank our head, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, who is working from day to night for a successful and a smooth conduction of any program. So I really thanks to Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir for providing all the opportunities and providing all the inputs for successful conduction of this international conference. Then I want to thanks to the organizing secretary of this program, Dr. Kahkasa Khan and Dr. Vinay Yadav, for working day and night for managing all the resources, all the inputs. So I really thanks to them for providing all the kind of cooperation and help. So thank you, Dr. Kahkasa and Dr. Vinay. Then I want to thanks other member of the department, Dr. Priyanka Rai, Dr. Bharti Sukla, Dr. Rajesh Singh, Dr. Ugra Sen, Engineer Vijen Pusagar, and Dr. Aparna Singh for cooperating and helping in all the ways. I really thanks to Professor Anand P. Gupta, who is a former professor from IIM Ahmedabad, for giving us time and having a wonderful session in this international conference. I am also very thankful to Dr. Ankita Kathoria, Faculty of Economics and Management Science from South Africa. She has also provided very good inputs. I am also very thankful to Professor Bhagwan Singh, School of Management, Central University of Jharkhand, Ranchi, for providing his valuable speech and input on online uses in COVID-19 period. I am also very thankful to Dr. Ajit Misra, who is Associate Professor, Department of Humanities Studies, IIT-BHU, for providing us time and presenting the topic on communication for research in management. I am also very thankful to Dr. Ravi Prakash, Head Associate Professor, Department of Media Communication Studies, CBLU, Bhiwani, Haryana. I am also very thankful to Dr. Rajni Singh for providing in-depth detail on career growth and gender equity. The participants were quite interested, and it was quite interactive session. So we may have the next session on this topic if things allowed. And so overall, I want to thank one and all who are directly or indirectly contributed on this international webinar. So with this, I am very thankful to all of you for this wonderful international conference. So I again thanks you and wish you all the best for your paper presentation. Paper presentation is going to start shortly, and the link will be shared on your respective mails. So thank you one and all.